Good morning. I call this regular meeting of Council for Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 to order. And I will start by acknowledging, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, that we are gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located within the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. Now looking to the agenda for today, is there any changes? Seeing none, I'll move approval of the agenda for September 5th, 2023, regular meeting of Council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we're going to have a series of public hearings. I'm just going to open up my notes here. First one's 2023-21. There it is. Okay, so the first public hearing is for the Silvertip area structure plans. So I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-21. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the maps of the Silvertip area structure plan. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will speak briefly to set the context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for Council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the Municipal Clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then Council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Mr. Cairns, welcome to Council.
Thank you very much.
It's good to see you in person. Your head's a lot smaller than when it's up on the screen.
I feel a little bit more human.
Yeah, exactly. This 3D thing is quite amazing.
Great, thank you. Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, I'm here to introduce Bylaw 2023-21, which contains minor housekeeping amendments to the Silvertip Area Structure Plan, or ASP for short. This bylaw was given first reading on August 15th, and I'll briefly recap some of its key components today. The Silvertip Area Structure Plan was first adopted by Council in the year 2001, and it was later updated in 2007. The ASP was prepared by Stone Creek Properties to replace what was the Hyatt Regency Canmore Master Plan, and this update provided a new vision for a more comprehensively designed resort community in the area. So Bylaw 2023-21 would accomplish two things. First, it would remove one undeveloped parcel of land from the ASP's boundaries, and that's identified with the number 1 on the map and the western extent. Secondly, it would add one parcel to the ASP, and that's identified with number 2 on the map and is referred to as one Silvertip trail. So the first parcel that it would remove, identified with the 1 on the map, is a really large parcel of land, and it's owned by Canmore Community Housing. So the Silvertip ASP does provide some very limited policy direction for this site, really just identifying it as a suitable location for residential or possibly employee housing uses. As this site, known as Block 6, remains undeveloped and is owned by CCH, The site is being included in the updated Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan, which is being given first reading this afternoon. This Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan that's being updated will provide this site with new policy direction. That would be to ensure its effective utilization and ability to provide significant non-market housing for the community. So Bylaw 2023-21 would remove this parcel from the Silvertip ASP to reflect its inclusion in the upcoming Palliser Trail ASP update. Secondly, this bylaw would add one developed parcel to the Silvertip ASP's boundaries. This is generally a housekeeping amendment that would just generally improve the long-term policy clarity for the site, as there would be no policy implications for it, given it's been developed already in accordance with an earlier plan and would be labeled as an established area. Future change on the site would continue to be informed by the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cairns. So this brings us to the public verbal submissions. Before I go and just read a whole bunch and describe how it's going to work, is there anyone here that wishes to make a public submission for this public hearing? All right, well, seeing none then, I won't go through the whole preamble, and we'll move right to asking the clerk if there are any written submissions.
Thank you. There were no written submissions.
No public submissions, no written submissions. I take it then council still has no questions. All right, and with that then I will close this public hearing. Okay, so the next one is with the Canmore Planning Commission. Okay, so I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-20. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the Canmore Planning Commission authority and referrals. As I explained before, after I provide this introduction, administration will speak briefly to set the context for the hearing. Afterwards, council may ask questions for clarification. Then I'll invite members of the public to speak. There'll be an opportunity for council to ask any questions or clarification there. And then after anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Ms. Miller, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning, members of council. So this public hearing is for Bylaw 2023-20, 2023-28, which proposes amendments to the land use bylaw and the Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw in order to clarify which applications will be referred to the Canmore Planning Commission for decision moving forward.
And thank you. I do stand corrected that it is for the two bylaws as you described.
So the LUB currently allows administration to refer any application it deems necessary to the CPC for decision. Now, this approach creates a lack of certainty for the CPC members, for administration, as well as for applicants, and some consistency concerns regarding which applications will come before the CPC for a decision. The proposed changes reflect the nature of the applications encountered on a day-to-day basis and provide added process clarity for applicants and the public on when they can engage in the process. Administration is proposing that the most impactful applications be brought to CPC, and these include those applications that don't clearly comply with the land use bylaw or require a significant variance, or where there is maybe some questions of interpretation or disagreement between the administration and the applicant. The proposed changes will also clarify how changes to applications that have previously gone to CPC will be managed moving forward post-decision. Post-CPC decision, just to be clear. So the benefits of this approach are that all stakeholders will have the clarity and certainty regarding how their application will be managed and who the decision-making authority will be. It provides the public with a forum to discuss applications that would have a noticeable impact on surrounding properties. It also reinforces compliance with the land use bylaw, and this is because if an applicant realizes that by having a certain percentage of variance, they will now have to go through a slightly more protracted process by going to CPC, they may be more willing to go back to the drawing board and find a way to come into compliance. And finally, it provides additional guidance on how to deal with the policy gaps that sometimes arise when we're dealing with complex applications. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Looking to see any questions? I see none. I do appreciate your very literal and appropriate use of drawing board. I see no questions. So now I'll look to see if there are any members of the public gathered that will be wishing to speak to this public hearing. Nope. All right, seeing none, then I will not go through the instructions for providing a public submission. I'll look to the clerk to see if there are any written submissions.
No, we do not receive any written submissions.
No written submissions. You know, I wonder if our public hearing template or something, we need a more exciting script or something, because people, you know, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I know. It's never in between, though. It's one extreme or the other. So, all right, with that then, I will close this public hearing. Moving to our final public hearing of the morning. This is with respect to 2023-24. Okay, I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-24. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw with respect to property at 205 Stewart Creek Rise. One change to how I've noted things before. First of all, after this introduction, administration will speak briefly to set the context for the hearing. Next, the applicant will make a presentation to further contextualize the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration and the applicant after their respective presentations. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. And once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Mr. Gravel, welcome to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, good morning, Your Worship, members of council. We'll jump right into it here for Bylaw 2023-24. Here is a look at the site. As mentioned, it's located at 205 Stewart Creek Rise. A quick summary of the bylaw. It proposes to redesignate 205 Stewart Creek Rise from the PD district, public use district, and R3 SC residential comprehensive multi-unit Stewart Creek district to the R2A SC residential family low density district, Stewart Creek. The redesignation allows CCH to achieve their development goals that they have for the sites with respect to vital homes. And the application aligns, in administration's opinion, with the Stewart Creek ASP and is consistent with the existing land use for the area, which you'll see up here on this screen. This is just a picture of the rezoning, and the two colored parcels are turning into the R2A SC zoning, which matches the surrounding area. And that concludes my introduction.
Any questions for Mr. Gravel? Seeing none, thank you very much. And now I'll call on Ms. Willett. Good morning and welcome.
Morning, Mayor and Council. We didn't prepare a formal presentation for today's public hearing. If we do hear things during the course of our session, I'm happy to come and address any questions that might arise from that new information.
Okay, and of course we have past first reading, so we have a familiarity. Any members of council have a question at this time? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Looking then to see if there's anyone here that would like to speak to this public hearing. Seeing none, I will ask Madam Clerk to read out the written submission names, please.
There are some written submissions for this one. So there was one written submission circulated on Friday, after the Friday at 9 o'clock deadline. That was opposed Jenya Harina. And then we've received 3 more written submissions. 2 in favor, Todd Kunst from the Sage Bistro and Lawrence Hill, and 1 more in opposition from Sean Kavanaugh.
Great, thank you. Looking to see if there are any any questions from council? None arising, so I will call this public hearing, or I'll close this public hearing as well. All right. Now, moving to approval of minutes. Item D1, are there any errors or omissions to the minutes of August 15th? Seeing none, I'll then move approval of the minutes of August 15th, 2023 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we are moving to item F1. Now, this is unfinished business, and so I'll just set the context here. This matter was postponed with a motion on the table. If I could ask the clerk to please put the motion up on the screen. And since we have a motion on the table, there will be no presentation. I do want to make sure that it's a well-informed decision. And so if any member of council does have a question that they did not ask previously or is not covered, I will exercise my discretion to allow that. And in particular, Councillor Ma, since he was not here, if he has any questions, he has even a wider discretion to ask questions. So before we actually get to back to debating the motion, I will look to council to see if you have any questions. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I spent a lot of time doing research, watching the YouTube video of the council meeting, and just a couple of questions for administration, if I may. First question is, where is our next batch of potential industrial lands located for Canmore?
Look to Ms. Miller for that.
Thank you, Councillor Ma, for the question. As you're very familiar, we're surrounded by a lot of natural areas that are owned by other entities, both at the provincial and federal level. If we're looking at the next batch of industrial land, we're looking at potentially Smith Creek. There is about 15 hectares of industrial land proposed in the Smith Creek ASP. However, that matter is before the courts right now, so we cannot say with certainty what that will mean in the future, depending on the decision of the courts.
Right. So the timelines are murky on when that could possibly become on stream for a lot of reasons. Okay.
That is correct.
Right. Another question I got watching the YouTube video was there was talk from Councillor Hillstead and Councillor McCallum with regards to, say, if we have an industrial area and there is residential above, there are potential situations where use below could be precluded. I think one example that came up regularly was like brewery or a distillery. Are there other potential uses that may be precluded? Or is there more of a generic sort of like hazardous definition? I'm trying to understand that piece a little further. Yeah.
It depends on the mix of uses, and primarily is driven by the Alberta Building Code. So uses that might be explosive in nature, may have noxious fumes, or otherwise could impact the other units would be the uses. So there's not an exclusive list that I can provide you at this moment, but those would be the considerations that would factor in.
Right. And so as we move forward in time, other potential uses may come up and they would be measured if they were hazardous or not. And so there might be things there might be potential uses arising in the future that aren't defined at the moment, but could be precluded depending on this hazardous definition.
That is correct.
Yeah. And I'm trying to understand this with regards to, say, building envelope. So for example, in an industrial area, we might have numerous bays, right? And so I'm thinking, for example, like in Elk Run, where there's numerous bays within a building, and there's a brewery on one corner and then a distillery on the other corner. Is it the sort of thing where, when it comes to housing above, when we make these potential decisions, is it only tied to like being strictly above, or can it be a sort of situation where, say there's a use in this section of the building and then a couple units down, there's someone living above there? Does that still impact the decision-making process on what can happen for that industrial area?
That's a somewhat complex question because it depends on when the applications for the uses come in. So if we're talking about a building that's brand new and all the uses are contemplated, let's say at a CPC decision, then administration has a better opportunity to advise the applicant about next steps when it comes to the building permit process. The challenge we face is, I think, with what you're describing, if it's in an established building where the unit was built under the code based on whatever use was proposed at the time, and a new use is now coming in and maybe there's residential already above, the new use would be required to meet whatever code standards are required for that use in that unit. So it's not necessarily contemplating all of the other things that are happening within the building, because the permit is going to come in for that unit, not for the entire building.
Okay.
So just on those, just arising from those, I just wanted to clarify, as it currently stands, there are provisions in our land use bylaw to prevent noxious fumes, and one has to prevent those things from escaping. Is that not correct?
So we do have regulations, primarily through the regulating of the various uses that are permitted in the districts to try to minimize those types of nuisances. But as those nuisances arise, they become an issue for planning and municipal enforcement to try to sort out, because there's a question about smells and noise are regulated through other bylaws other than the land use bylaw.
Yeah. And secondly, presumably, if this motion were to pass, it doesn't mean that there would be a carte blanche being presented for employee housing. There would still be potentially limitations being put forth by administration as to where employee housing would be appropriate, under what criteria it would be appropriate.
I would say if the motion were to pass, I would have some additional questions of clarity so that the administration could come back with solutions that address the motion.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
If I may, one more?
Yes.
Your Worship? Okay. I'm not too sure if this is a question for Ms. Miller or if it's a question for enforcement. Have there ever been any instances in the past where employee housing has been converted to short-term rental? Oh, the microphone, sorry.
Thank you. So we have had instances where properties that have been approved for staff accommodation have been used for short-term rentals. It has occurred, and that went through the enforcement process in order to achieve compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ma. Okay, so where we are is the following motion is on the table. The council direct administration to return with recommended amendments to the land use bylaw, the municipal development plan, and any other suggested policy amendments to clear up restrictions and conflicting statements and interpretations to allow the provision of housing in industrial districts, propose criteria under which such housing could be considered, and ensure that any residential units are occupied by employees. Okay, so that's the motion on the table, and I will, since I've moved, I will speak to it. We are in a housing crisis. And I believe that voting against this motion, in my opinion, goes directly to our integrity as a council. The argument against this motion is primarily based upon planning principle, but principles have exceptions depending on the circumstances. Will we lose industrial land? I see no evidence that we will. What we do know is that businesses involved, for the most part, indicate that second floors are not used for light industrial, being more office space and storage than anything else. Further, we've not been provided any economic analysis of what might be attracted to the area that's not already there. We must not dismiss that. For the most part, those who are potentially impacted by having employee housing in light industrial areas are in favor of it. Never have I seen before all of the major business organizations in town so aligned on an issue as evidenced by the joint letter of support and subsequent communications. Will it be terrible living conditions? I really don't see how it will. They're all close to transportation, transit, trails, other residential, restaurants. We have to remember that light industrial in Canmore is actually more akin to commercial than anything else, and heads and shoulders above quality in terms of space compared to what one stereotypically might think in terms of light industrial space. My first apartment was in Old Strathcona. It was a basement apartment infested with silverfish. You get the nice view of the alley from the high window, lights at all times of night coming across every time a car turned into the alley. And you know what? I can't imagine that any space in Canmore that is built in these industrial areas could even come close to that residential space. The housing crisis is going to take efforts on a lot of fronts and involving many stakeholders. Things like the opportunity on Palliser lands is fantastic, but it will take several years to materialize. Policy changes with respect to residential units not used as a primary residence may affect change over time, but not necessarily immediately, except for a possible stream of revenue to support housing initiatives. Here we have businesses that are willing to be part of the solution and pay for it themselves and implement it right away. And I believe it would be criminal to turn them away, especially since there are already people living in these areas. In my mind, this decision comes down to acting on what we know, not what we fear. And it is a matter of integrity for this council. We say we are in a housing crisis. We say that livability is a top priority, which includes housing, so someone can work and play here, especially housing where people can land upon arrival and then move on from there in due time. And here we have an opportunity to not just talk the talk, but walk the walk. Failure to support this undermines our integrity and allows our constituents to quite rightly question our commitment to addressing the housing crisis. We are in a housing crisis. This is an opportunity, a piece of the puzzle, which we must explore and keep open. If we're committed to making a difference regarding housing and leaving no stone unturned, then we must approve this motion. Please join with me in supporting this motion to leave the door open to employee housing in light industrial areas with greater clarity rather than slam the door shut. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to add to your comments and speak in support of the motion. And I want to begin by acknowledging that the recommendation from administration isn't wrong. In fact, I see in both avenues that we could pursue right now, both directions we could go in, both make sense to me. The factors, though, that lead me to support this motion is that we are experiencing serious adverse economic effects from a lack of housing for people who work in our community. And there is also future potential industrial land contained within the Smith Creek and the Innovation District for the village in the future. So there is future potential in light industrial land in our community, and right now we have potential solutions to what is affecting the businesses who currently are here and need staff, and for staff they need housing. And for me, this is about getting it right, not being right. I think that there are really supportable arguments on both sides. But for me, the needs of our business community now are what is the priority, not the future potential attraction of light industrial to this one specific area, which to me is just Bow Meadows Crescent. I also think that the question that this motion would answer is, can we create the conditions to make this work, to mitigate the concerns that have been raised by administration, by my colleagues here on council, and by the report? If we can create those conditions, then it becomes more supportable. But we haven't explored that. We haven't looked at criteria, and that supporting this motion does not actually commit us to doing anything. What this motion does is bring back to us potential solutions to make to make employee housing in light industrial a possibility. And at that point, if we cannot create the conditions that satisfies all of council, there is still an off-ramp. There is still the ability to take a different turn in the direction that we give and preserve those lands for future industrial uses only. I think that, I've written a lot about housing, and I've lived in a lot of different types of housing in this community. And now more than ever, we need all of the solutions we possibly can get to build what our community needs, not necessarily what the market is delivering to us now. We have very few tools to make it happen. In this instance, we do have a tool, and I believe that the 2016 Municipal Development Plan supports this direction, and the council of that day's vision was to use light industrial as a potential place for employee housing. I think the mayor makes an excellent point about some of these areas. The industrial triangle, or the area over by the high school, and Bow Meadows Crescent are more in line with a mixed-use commercial district than a true industrial area. I think that because of that, they become more appropriate in terms of being able to accommodate the different types of uses that we could see in the future. I also believe that we are not, as a community, looking for industrial uses to attract to our town that would create the conditions that would make noxious fumes or livability a serious issue. I think that there is compatibility in terms of a lot of the future potential light industrial that would align with the values of our community and having employee housing in the same area. I also think that Bow Meadows Crescent does have amenities nearby, including transit. So it's not cut off. That makes it even more, I think, an appealing place to try and deliver some housing for people who work in our community. I also believe that we have the enforcement tools to make sure that units that go in as employee housing are used as employee housing. And I know that our community will let us know if they're not being used for that purpose. And to wrap it up, I'd really like to see what comes out of this motion. And so that I will support it, and I want to explore this potential. And I think that our business community is asking for us to do this because of the situation they found themselves in. I don't think anyone expected what COVID would do to our housing market, especially rental units. And I know that I've heard stories from Whistler, for example, where rental housing is being rented by people from Vancouver as just additional, like their getaway place. And I think that we're experiencing a similar issue. We approved a lot of rental housing prior to the pandemic, and now it's all full. And we cannot regulate who lives in it. And yes, we cannot regulate who lives in, like, we do not have the legal tools to really enforce that it's employees who lives in these units, but it's the businesses who are gonna be developing these and building these, and because there are tools to help them succeed in the future, and I would like to support them in that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Looking to see if there are anybody else that would like to speak to the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've sat at this dais this fall, it'll be 13 years, and I don't think I've ever had my integrity taken into question, and so I'm quite offended by your opening statement. I think everybody is here to do the right thing based on what they hear on the street and from their constituents. And for you to actually put into question our integrity as individual councillors is deeply offensive. I would just like to start off with saying that. I don't know if anybody else, well, I know that Councillor Faubert did, but I don't know if anybody else here has lived in social housing. I know I have. I've also been, as a child, homeless. I don't know if any of you guys knew that. So where people live and where families are raised is very important to me. We do know, quite frankly, what the downsides are of having housing in residential, and I won't call it employee housing because it doesn't seem to be, on the whole, operating as employee housing, not in the way the public needs or wants it. There's units, as we know, over in Bow Meadows Crescent, in the Industrial Triangle, $500,000. That is a per square foot finish that is higher than luxury condos being finished in Spring Creek. How is that employee housing? How is that what the public expects of employee housing? I feel that there is a narrative out there that council isn't doing, or the town isn't doing enough to try and approve projects that bring this on. And I just wanted to provide a list of what I just, off the top of my head this morning, the 61 doors of employee housing at iPlace. Spring Creek Manor, 21 doors of common amenity housing plus 3 employee housing units. LGMS has 120 doors, 40 of non-market and 5 of resident restricted, which I hear is a need. On my street alone, we just approved 8 doors at the bottom of the street. Stewart Creek Rise, we just approved the land use for a minimum of 18 doors, we've heard. We've approved 5 accessory dwelling units in the Habitat Patch on 3rd Ave. And we are hopefully today going to approve an ASP that it will bring us eventually 1,000 doors of housing in the Palliser. That's a lot of housing. And we also haven't even talked about what's going on in Teepee Town in terms of Mr. Hildebrandt's project, which I know a lot of businesses have bought into. So there is opportunity out there to build housing in the right place in residential areas. And as I too listened to the recording again from our meeting in July, and as we hear, the reason why we want to develop it here is just because it's dirt cheap compared to land-wise. And so I have a long laundry list. We always know that residential will be highest and best use, but I also feel that some of the people, especially in the tourism industry, are sitting on the solution to their problem. Within the land use bylaw, you are permitted, if you are visitor accommodation, to convert temporarily up to 5 years your units into employee housing. And so I feel like I would be great to prefer to see that happen first before we start digging away at the sustainability of our future. And again, I made many, many points in July, and I, could go back and waste everyone's time, but I choose not to today. But we do know that based on an expert report, that what conditions residential in industrial would be successful. It's very clear in the report. And we do not have those conditions. And so I will be voting against this motion here on the board. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Councillor. I want to clarify that I was talking about that I believe that the integrity of all of council, including myself, it's my opinion that it does take a hit based on this decision. I will be, and I don't say this often, but I personally will be embarrassed if we prohibit employee housing in industrial areas.
I was embarrassed in the reverse.
And I would expect that you would, based on your views. So I don't apologize for stating that I believe our integrity is in question, because the way I see things is that this is an opportunity we need to explore for many of the reasons and that Councillor Faubert spoke to. This doesn't say that we will have employee housing with greater ease. It means that we will be exploring what criteria could be put in place in order to have employee housing. And we will go through a whole process there. I think that we need to do that exploration. And so that's why I made the statement. Councillor Ma.
A couple months ago, I was on the road, family vacation, trying to relax, and I get a message from Councillor Graham, wait till you come back in September. And so the next couple months, I have this sitting in the back of my head. I've been taking it super seriously, talking to people from both sides of the things, looking at the video, reading the report. Even like on my travels, I'm looking around, seeing what's going on in these respective communities I'm in, and what are they doing? And yeah, I had a feeling this was going to get heavy. I got to admit, I'm glad you kind of clarified your statements there, but I feel a little queasy when integrity is being called in question when we're trying to all trying our best to navigate this decision. So I struggled with this one a lot. I've flip-flopped in my head. At one point, I could see one side, as Councillor Faubert could say, and I could see the other side. And I do not believe I can support your motion. I'm gonna list some of my reasons why. And I think some of them have obviously been spoken about in the YouTube video, but I'll say them again. I think first piece, we did a study from FBM and Deloitte, and they've done this work for 15 years, upwards of 100 gap analyses. That's a lot of expertise. And while they acknowledge that, yeah, housing in industrial areas can be a solution in numerous communities, they are really quick to emphasize how it's not going to work here in the Bow Valley because we just don't have a surplus of industrial lands that we can sacrifice. And then when I was asking Ms. Miller here, yeah, we do have some industrial lands potentially coming up in Smith Creek, but that timeline is murky, and it's also up to that landowner if they actually want to exercise that option. So that is a bit of a big uncertain piece for myself. I have lots of friends that own businesses. I own a business as well, and there are businesses out there that are trying to expand their operations, not housing, they're actual business operations, and lack of space is a serious challenge. Currently, I think vacancy rates in the report shows commercial/industrial, we're at less than 1% total inventory, which is well below our a desired 4%, that sweet spot where you can get competitive pricing, accessibility for new opportunities, new people to enter the market. And so I feel by reducing our industrial land further, we're consigning ourselves for even higher rental rates, a more challenging environment for many businesses, and intensifying a commercial crisis. As Councillor McCallum very eloquently described, we have a lot of housing that we are trying our best to do. And as noted later on this afternoon, we're going to see a Palliser ASP that aims to provide 1,300 units with a minimum target of 75% of them being income appropriate. That's a huge win, right, relative to how many units we can get out of these industrial lands. The erosion of use concerns me. As Ms. Miller was talking about, we have, potential uses down the road that may be precluded because residential has already been in those spaces. Back to the integrity piece, sir. I recognize absolutely that livability is one of our key goals, but I also think that we can look at livability in the short term. We can also look at it in the long term as well. From like 1887 to 1979, Canmore is a mining town. That's almost 100 years. And there are probably times, like right in the thick of it, we could not imagine Canmore being anything but a place where we dug coal out of the ground. And so here we are in 2023. In the past 4 decades, we're a tourist town. And I think it'd be pretty tough to imagine that we might be something else. Maybe we'll always be a tourist town, who knows? But change is constant, as we saw for the pandemic. And I just feel like giving up our industrial lands for housing, especially at this point in time, we lose our ability to pivot, to like seize new opportunities and diversify our economy. I just feel the Canmore of the future needs this diversity option, and we need these industrial lands. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ma. I want to clarify again that I actually hold everyone here believing that they're coming with full integrity to their decisions. And I respect those opinions being stated. I respect what Councillor McCallum has said, and respect what you've said. I would just be asking that you also respect that I believe that we're taking a step backwards if we don't explore this. And that's why, and to me, that's a question of integrity. Now, that's my opinion, and you may not share it. But I'm not questioning your integrity, and Councillor McCallum, I'm not questioning your integrity.
Thank you for clarifying, sir.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I spoke to this at length at the first time it was before us. I'm still of that mind. With me, I look at the other motion. It doesn't say to eliminate, it says to discourage. So there's still going to be a potential opportunity that, something might come along and maybe it will happen. But again, we're discouraging it because part of what, as a council, we need to look at the whole community. We need to look at the business side of it. We need to look at those commercial businesses that may want to expand, as Councillor Ma stated, where he knows people that are looking to expand. If we do housing in the industrial lands, one thing we know for sure is that the prices will continue to increase, and they'll probably increase at a more explosive rate because that's what residential does. You can get a lot more for it. So yeah, it is very attractive to have residential in the industrial lands because there's bigger profit margins. So if we do housing, we've seen it in iPlace, as Councillor McCallum mentioned, we've seen some of the prices those go for. All of our lands are increasing in price. That's also part of the affordability. If we don't have affordable industrial lands for that expanding business community, for those things, that is going to hurt our town's affordability in the long term. So yes, this may help in the short term with our housing crisis, but as has been stated many times, we have lots of things coming on that, yes, some of them are going to be further out, but there's certain things within the Palliser land ASP, if that gets approved, that can happen sooner. There's lands that were already ready to go previously before the floods, and then things changed, but we're looking at how to fix those things. So there are things that will come on sooner. Yes, there'll be things that will take longer, but we will get units sooner. And we already are getting units within the industrial area. We have at least 15 or more units in Bow Meadows Crescent that are coming online in the near future. So it's not as if there's no housing happening in that area. There already is. And in some ways, it might be a detriment to our industrial lands going to the future, but for now, yes, it's going to help a little bit. My problem is that all we're seeing with things coming forward now, instead of it being a secondary use in employee housing, it's becoming the primary use. It's a 50-50 split, and if they could get more, they would. And if we want to have that discussion of whether we need an industrial, then we need to have that discussion. But to me, this motion isn't that part of the discussion. This is, how can we fit some in? How can we make it work. It can potentially, but at the same time, I think if we go that path, it's a bigger discussion of, do we even need industrial land? Do we want industrial land? Or are we determined that we're going this way or that way when it comes to our future and economic diversification? So I'm going to stick with what I spoke to the first time, and I won't be able to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Merritt?
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, I'm like Councillor Moss, like, oh. So I, originally, I was in favor. I'm not saying I'm opposed. I'm putting it all together. I believe there was some great conversation and points on either side. I'm just going to give mine in Nicole's notes instead of going through everything everyone has probably already said. What it comes back to me is we have a housing crisis, we have a staff shortage, and we have businesses that want to start, and we have businesses that are struggling because they can't continue on because they don't have staff and they don't have anywhere for them to live. I too have talked to people that have lived in and live in accommodations in that area and have lived there for a bit. Some legally, some not, I think, and have had no problems. They have all the amenities of getting on the bus. There's a dog park. There's restaurants. There's a bar or two, I'm not sure, up there. And there will be regulations in place that would, admin would make sure that there are no hazards and the safety of our community. There are people currently living actually in my neighborhood that live in, I would think, more deplorable, from what I hear from them, basement rooms than there could be in a new built surface or second story building. And I just know that we talk about pivoting and flexibility, and I think if we went ahead with allowing employee housing, and then if we get all this other stuff also built, and the more we build, people might move out, or it's a stopping point for these people. I hope it stays employee housing, but some things are out of our control, but we have some controls that can keep it that way. So I've been doing this right now. And there's one other point I wanted to make is, if people move out and then they could go back to being their, storage boxes or staff rooms or whatever in that area. And there was one other real point I wanted to make and I can't find, that we have an off-ramp. So once it comes back, admin will give us what the opportunities are and what the limitations are, and there is an off-ramp. So I would like to explore that and see what comes back. So I think I will be voting in support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Similar to yourself, there were just two things that came up for me in the debate, which I think is really robust, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for their well thought out arguments. One, what's in front of us is a retail gap analysis and light industrial and commercial land review, and several times within it, it states that housing is outside of the scope of the study. So this is not a report on housing, but there are definitely recommendations around it contained in the report. And then two of our comparators, Banff and Whistler, who face similar challenges as we do, are pursuing employee housing in light industrial areas. So it's not unprecedented. And I think we could look to those communities as well in terms of rules and regulations, and I'll leave it at that, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have had an incredibly fulsome conversation, and up until very recently, I was very proud of that conversation. I want to thank all of the industry folks and leaders who have passionately lobbied for what they thought was right. This council needs to look out a long time and not just immediate needs. We are very much looking at many solutions that are in the hopper for this town and the housing crisis that we face. We cannot change one problem for another, though. We cannot undermine the commercial property that we have. The vacancy rate is incredibly low. The commercial opportunities need to be preserved. We had experts in this industry look at our community and make recommendations as to what they felt was in the best interest of the entire community. And this council needs to look at what's in the best interest of this entire community and not just a few folks. I want to thank this council for a really great debate. I think when it is close, when it is 4-3, when it was 5-2, we have better conversations than when it is unanimous for the most part. For those of you that think there are simple solutions to these challenges, the election is in 2 years. And I will do my best to make sure that the pay is something reasonable that you can all make a good living at. And that barrier will be removed, hopefully. This is not an easy chair to sit in. There are tough decisions to make. This is not an easy one. But I will sleep well with my integrity very intact when we make this vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will reiterate, I do not call your integrity into question. I would be remiss, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I felt that our integrity was in question and I didn't say it, as I would expect others as well. Whatever the decision is made, I will be supporting it. After we do the vote, I will, to the outside world, I will be supporting the decision. Do I think that we're missing an opportunity here? I really, really do. I have had so many business owners come to me frustrated because they're trying to get staff and they're trying to bring a solution forward that they're willing to pay for, they're willing to meet whatever building codes are required, and this will work well so that they're being part of the solution. And it infuriates me that they can't provide that housing on their property, part of their business, that they would like to do, and as others have done and are doing. And so that's where I'm coming from. I do think that if this is defeated, we're taking a step back. And because of that, it's open to somebody to say, I thought that this was more important based on what things you said before. That comes into question of integrity. You're right, this is a difficult job. And none of these are easy decisions. And I am proud of everyone here for all that they have stated, and whichever way this goes. But that doesn't mean that I have some misgivings as to a decision, just as we all do. And I have never before made that statement, and I don't expect I'll be making it again. Who knows, though? But I would be remiss not to bring it up. But once again, nobody's personal integrity. I was talking about all of us as a whole, and I'm painted with that brush.
May I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I think the words we choose up here are incredibly important. And I'm I'm a little sorry we all got on the wrong foot for that comment this morning, and I don't expect that you'll make it again in the future. But I see this decision as bolstering the will of this council. That we've had a great conversation about this, that we've looked at all angles, and everybody has made poignant comments and debate. And I look forward to us continuing that in the future.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. I do as well. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. And again, I respect your statement. It just shows, how much you do care. May have came off, ruffled some feathers, but I fully, respect that choice of words. And I think employee housing in other districts would make more sense. It's just industrial I have a hard time with. If it's within commercial districts where, like the Bow Valley Trail General Commercial District, we have, that's a lot of vacation accommodation, it's a lot of residential style uses. And yet I've seen 3 different CPC applications go forward. I think there's been 1 unit of employee housing. And they have an option as a discretionary use. They could have planted a bunch of employee housing in there. And it's a residential type neighborhood already because it's, people are coming to vacation. It's residential units. It's not commercial activity. Well, it's commercial activity, but on a residential type thing. It's not, loud, excessive noises, except people are partying, but that happens in every neighborhood. So, I would love to see our business community put some employee housing in those areas. We've given them the option, and there's been excuses of, well, people don't want to live where they work. But now we're saying it's okay in the industrial areas. So we're trading, it's okay over here, but not over here. But they're then saying, oh, it's great to live where you work, but just not over here in this other area. So I really struggle when I've seen both sides of that. And I think that other areas, again, with the example of what's going on by the roundabout there, they're going to have some employee housing, you're going to have some common amenity housing, and I think it works there. I don't think it works in industrial, but in some of the commercial vacation accommodation type areas, I think it does. And the way the hotels are being made now, where it's condominiumized and you don't have a lobby, it doesn't really necessarily feel like a hotel anymore. So why wouldn't you want to live there? So when I've seen in the past that was part of the reason that our employees don't want to live where they work. Well, now we don't even have lobbies. It's just online bookings, and you show up and you come and go. So I think there are areas of town that we could look at employee housing going, and hopefully the business community will start looking at those options too.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is defeated with Mayor Krauser, Councillor Faubert, and Councillor Mera in favor. I will then move that Council direct administration to return with recommended amendments to the land use bylaw and municipal development plan to discourage the provision of employee housing or in industrial districts. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? I get a sense that everybody has already spoken to this motion, and I thank everybody for their debate. And, Councillor McCallum would like to speak to the motion. Okay. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So I will be supporting this motion. I guess I want to remind everyone that planning provides, conditions. And if, in 10 years, we don't see what we want to see in this area, well, force hands in the air in a public hearing, and it can be changed. So as much as the reverse decision would actually neuter that entire neighborhood from its future potential, this decision does not. It actually gives us more time. And then we can see how other things shake out. For instance, what happens in Smith Creek and what happens on Bow Valley Trail. And if we continue to have applications for visitor accommodation that does not include more than one door of employee housing, then we can, well, I won't be here. Some of you might. But then that can be changed. So I think that this actual decision provides us more flexibility into the future than the previous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I would say that both options were exploratory in nature. Both options would be leading to something else. And I see where you're coming from. My view is that this leads us in exploration away from something that would provide housing, and the other one would be towards. But I recognize we'll have to agree to disagree on that. Councillor Ma. Okay. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Okay, so the motion's on the table. I'll call the questions. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, you were in favor, correct? Okay, that's went late. The motion is carried with Mayor Krauser, Councillor Faubert, and Councillor Mera opposed. Oh.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I was going to state that in a second.
Oh. Yeah, I saw this one go early and this one go late, and it got confused. But just to check, did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, Dr. Cottle?
I was just checking the vote, so
Okay.
that's great.
Right.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to take a break here. We're good.
Sorry, Mayor
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one more thing you were going to do.
Oh, yes, yes, I'm sorry, the motion arising. Okay, before we take a break, I will, this was something that we did not catch in agenda review, but we needed to have a motion with respect to the report itself. So I am making a motion that council accept the retail gap analysis and light industrial and commercial land review for planning purposes. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I actually think this is a really great study. And this study came out of the COVID economic recovery group. What were we called, Brian? What were we called? Thank you. Taskforce. As well as, I believe, from our economic strategy. And I was actually the one that brought up to admin, hey, we didn't actually accept this for planning purposes. And I feel like the debate over employee housing within industrial really overtook the importance of this study, which is a shame because it's a really great study and it really helps not only us, but the development community determine what they need to build moving forward and what is really needed versus wanted. So I'd be happy to support this and its recommendations, and I am grateful for administration for putting an RFP out for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a break until 10:30. No, that's all right. Just cause a little. Okay. All right, we're back. Okay, if we could have order and we'll get started again, please. Now we're moving on to item G1. This is the Silvertip Area Structure Plan Bylaw Amendment 2023-21 maps. Mr. Cairns, is there anything that you wanted to say? You've already made a presentation this morning. I don't expect you to have to say it again.
Yeah, thank you. We have nothing to add.
Okay, great. I will look, before I put a motion on the table, though, I will look to council to see if there are any questions. Okay, so I will move that council gives second reading to Silvertip Area Structure Plan Bylaw Amendment 2023-21 maps. This is pretty much housekeeping in order for the CCH owned lands to form part of the Palliser ASP and to bring in the developed lands that were not included in the first place. So, of course, I'll be supporting the motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to Silvertip Area Structure Plan Bylaw Amendment 2023-21 maps. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Faubert brought up that it's, quite rightly, that in order for us to then consider item G4, that we're going to have this done. So I have signed so that bylaw has been signed and is in effect. Thank you. Now moving to item G2, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-20, Canmore Planning Commission Authority and Referrals and Subdivision Authority, Development Authority and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw Amendment 2023-28, Development Authority and Canmore Planning Commission. Ms. Miller, I'm not expecting that you make another presentation, but there might be some questions. I'm not sure. Was there anything you wanted to say?
No, there wasn't. I was just going to put the slide up if you needed it, but if you have it in front of you, that's fine as well.
I think we have it in front. Councillor Faubert, did you have a question?
I do have just a couple follow-up questions.
Okay. Go ahead.
Specifically around the change that would see variances to the architectural design guidelines come to CPC. How often are applications coming forward with variances to those guidelines?
I'm just thinking from a percentage perspective. So when we're dealing with the complex applications that come before CPC, staff are engaged in fairly lengthy conversations with the applicant in order to find a middle ground between the architectural guidelines that are guidelines within the land use bylaw, so they are often open for interpretation. So I would say all of the applications that come before CPC are having that discussion. Whether it's an explicit variance, I would say is not uncommon, but is to be expected because design is somewhat subjective and individuals may have different perspectives or different needs that they're trying to meet through their architectural choices in their buildings.
And the intent of this proposed change is to see less variances to those?
Ideally, we'd like to see less variances to those, but we also, if we're not able to come to a mutual agreement with the applicant, the CPC membership allows us to have a more robust conversation because there's architects, there's planners, there's developers who are on the board who can help assist in that decision-making process.
And then other variances to the land use bylaw set a threshold of 10% above which would go to CPC. Did you consider something similar to that for variances to the architectural guidelines?
We did not, because we're talking about materials.
Okay.
So it's not easy to put a percentage to those types of variances.
All right, and then I'm just thinking, because there's definitely out there a perspective about reducing red tape and creating the ability for permits to be approved faster, but this seems to be adding some red tape.
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as red tape. As all of you are very familiar, we have a very engaged community, and they are actively concerned with how things look within our community. And this is why we've included this particular element in these amendments, because again, it would provide an opportunity for the applicant to explain the decisions that they've made and their design choices, and provide an opportunity for the public to come and share their concerns, which helps us as administration in our future conversations with applicants, because we can hear where CPC is, kind of what the pulse of CPC is, as well as the pulse of the community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. So I'm going to move that council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-20, Canmore Planning Commission Authority and Referrals. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting second reading. I believe that these revisions, some of them are housekeeping in nature, but on the whole, they provide more clarity and certainty for both the development community as well as the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? I'll be supporting it for the same reasons enunciated by Councillor McCallum. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-20, Canmore Planning Commission Authority and Referrals. Anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw 2023-28, Development Authority and Canmore Planning Commission. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a proposed amendment, if the clerk would put it up. This amendment is not specifically related to the changes to the bylaw, but are similar to a motion that I made last year, and that would remove the general manager of municipal infrastructure as the chair of the Canmore Planning Commission and reinstate a member of the public as an additional member of the public to the commission. It would also, there's a clause in there around when we would name the chair and the vice chair, and then there's a clause there that the two members of council are prohibited from holding the position of chair or vice chair. And this is just all very much related to governance principles that I've been studying. Currently, I am the vice chair, and I've been doing a lot of reading around roles and responsibilities of elected officials. And there is a concept out there that we should not, as elected officials, be wearing two hats. And so when we sit on boards and committees, it's not appropriate for us to hold chair or vice chair unless the committee is entirely made up of elected representatives. Then one of us has to be the chair and vice chair. So the Transit Commission, Waste Commission aren't included in that. And then I believe that I believe that in terms of good governance roles and responsibilities, that a member of administration in the chair role creates a conflict of interest, because the members of administration presenting to the commission are within that person's department at the town of Canmore. And I am looking for support to go back to the way that the commission was previously made up. We changed this last year. I sit on the commission, and I've had some confusion around the role of chair as a member of administration, and I think going back to the way we had it before clears up some of those confusing issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. A couple of questions. So essentially then, instead of appointing 4 other members, it's appointing 5. Currently, there are 4. Can you remind me, what's the quorum?
3.
3, okay.
And then there's 7 total, because there's also 2 members of council.
Right. So this change would not affect any quorum between now and an organizational meeting when we appoint members. There would still be sufficient members of CPC to hear anything between now and then.
And this wouldn't even come into effect until the new year.
Okay.
Because the chair, the decision on, or the change in the chair occurs according to the bylaw in the new year. Not after our organizational meeting, but it's a weird, I didn't know
Okay.
why that was in there, but this change wouldn't start until January at our first meeting.
Wouldn't it automatically change that the GM of municipal service or municipal infrastructure wouldn't be on as soon as this is changed?
Last year when we changed it, it didn't come into effect until the new year.
Okay.
So I assumed that it would be the same process.
So even if it did come into effect, though, there's sufficient numbers that, according to this, then they would choose a chair, and that. Okay, I'm just trying to understand the work. Councillor McCallum.
Question through the chair to Councillor Faubert. Remind me, the makeup of the CPC has a member of the development community, BODA, correct?
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Within the bylaw, it says at least 2 public members must demonstrate a strong working knowledge of Alberta planning legislation or have experience in one or more of the following: planning law, engineering, construction, architecture, landscape architecture, or urban design.
So your concern is about the dynamic between the, sorry, I didn't realize this was an issue. I haven't heard it come up in any of our meetings, so I didn't know that this was showing itself or presenting as a problem. Or perceived problem. The concern is the dynamic with the manager of municipal infrastructure chairing the CPC and the dynamic that's in play between them and perhaps who is presenting in terms of what you consider conflict of interest?
The way I understood this change originally is that the chair would be of an administrative nature, just running the meetings. And I think that's okay. The issue I have is that from a governance perspective, the role of being on the Canmore Planning Commission or being appointed to a board or committee is I don't think members of administration should be appointed to our committees. That was a position I took on terms of the Finance Committee. And this was an opportunity for me to readdress that concern I had. I don't think that as many people are diving into governance issues as much as I am. So it's not so much that there's a concern from others. I know that I've spoken to a couple of the other, at least one other commission member that shares a similar concern around governance. And it's so usually if the chair was just running the meeting, there wouldn't be questions. But there has been questions from the chair to administration. and it confused me because they're questioning their own staff. And so I don't know, similar to us as elected officials, we should have one role. And it's hard to wear two hats. So sitting as the chair, for example, if I sat as the chair of the Canmore Museum, I would not be able to uphold both roles because I've taken an oath as a member, as a council member. So having having that role as the general manager of municipal infrastructure as a member of our administration, I think is very important. And that is the primary role. And then serving in the role of chair creates a potential conflict because they would vote on a tie. So they're sitting in a position as chair of the commission, but also they're the general manager of municipal infrastructure. So the recommendation from staff coming forward to them is from their own staff in their own department. To me, that creates a circumstance of a potential conflict of what role are they holding, and I think those situations should be avoided because it puts us, I think, at legal risk of having decisions challenged.
Thank you. And I think I would prefer to have more like this is not the subject of the public hearing. None of this was. So this is a slid in on the side without an opportunity for us as a council to have sort of more of an understanding. I did not know that there was any, I speak to members of the CPC, a couple of them regularly too. This does not come up as an issue from any of them, and so I'm kind of surprised to see this. But I thank you for your answers.
Yeah. I would add that the public hearing was for the land use bylaw changes, not for this bylaw. And I did make these same motions the last time this bylaw was in front of council with the same arguments.
And I think it's fine for us to be hearing that today, especially given that history. There is some awareness around it from that. Without a doubt, though, there's questions. I actually think that people are able to wear two hats, and we've seen that, but it's the perception of bias that I understand that's the thing that I wonder about, and I've wondered about when we're property tax tribunal appointments. Same thing has been raised there. Should a councillor from the community sit on your own tribunal as opposed to maybe getting training and doing a regional approach and sitting on other communities, right? I'd be interested in hearing from Councillor Hillstad as to, because you're on the Planning Commission, what's your take on this proposal or your experience on the commission?
So far to date, I haven't ever had anyone ask me about any of these things. It hasn't been an issue that I'm aware of. I think it has been working. Again, no one's directly contacted me to say, hey, well, this is weird or anything like that. So, and again, like the questions that the chair has brought up, like none of them have been like offside from my point of view, and they've done a good job of keeping the meetings running and, you know, calling others if they feel a question is offside. So from that perspective, I don't really have a concern with how it's currently going. If we had a bunch of people saying this is, you know, again, I just haven't heard any issues with it so far. So again, I remember us discussing this the first time. So I don't really know how I can see both sides of this one. Like the fact that, you know, councillor being prohibited from holding the position of chair, vice chair again. Councillor Forbear did a great job at our last CPC meeting as the vice chair. I don't feel there's this again, like I've always thought you can have two hats too. I've had times when I was back on CCH where I voted in favor of something at CCH and then it came to council and I voted against. So to me, it's just how you come at it. I always come at my committees as I'm here as a committee member. I'm doing what's in the best interest of the committee. When I go back to council, I'm now back in my council role. I'm doing the best interest of what's the community's interest in things, which may not align with what the committee's interest is. So again, it's a tricky thing to maybe do, but I don't have an issue with, I also don't have an issue with the council members not being the chair or the vice chair. It's, to me, it's, as long as they're running the meetings right, I don't see an issue, so, but, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do see the CAO's button push. Is there a procedural issue that,
Well, it's more
That can-
about when this takes effect. So based on what's the agenda package, the clerk and I agree the changes would come into effect immediately, not January. I'm trying to find what we did last time when it took effect in January, but we didn't know this, I didn't know about this was coming, so I'm still scrambling to try to find it. So I can't speak to what happened last time, but this time, based on what's here, if the changes are made, it would be immediate, just for clarity.
okay. That would be my perception. Okay. Councillor Graham, would you like to speak to the amending motion?
Yeah, I'm certainly not opposed to this one. I think this is one of the ones that requires more thought and understanding than we might have today. So I'm wondering, and I don't want to see this die. I don't want to wait 6 months for this to come back again if that was so be the will of council. But yeah, I'm just wondering if there was a way that we could discuss this idea with more information.
Would you be thinking, what sort of information would you be thinking? Like something from a report?
A report
Or a
from
briefing on administration
to
on this?
the impacts and ramifications of this decision. I appreciate where, we're trying to keep, I appreciate where Councilor Fairbairn is coming from this. I just don't know the full impacts and ramifications of what this might mean. So that's why I'm willing to, I'd like more information.
I'm just thinking in terms of, postponement's always a possibility, but then this is an amendment to the second reading of a bylaw, and so I'm just wondering if it's standalone, if it was withdrawn, like could we still move ahead with the bylaw? Because I don't think you have a concern with the changes that were proposed in the bylaw, but could it be then a motion arising that gets postponed to another time to keep it alive is one thing I'm thinking about. And so I'm not directing anything. I do see Councillor Hillstad in the queue. Councillor Hillstad?
I figured it out, so I'm
Okay.
good now.
Councillor Faubert?
Yeah, I don't think it would be a motion arising because the bylaw's in front of us now at second reading. So I don't think we can amend it after,
No,
but
what I was thinking, just to clarify what I was thinking, because we can either move ahead and vote on it after we've spoken to it, and if defeated, it can't come back for 6 months, or it could be withdrawn, and then after we go through second and third reading, I would allow it as a motion arising that could then be postponed to get information.
the other thing I thought is I could bring it forward as a notice of motion.
So withdraw it and bring it as a notice of motion? Okay, well, that's another way forward. I don't know if that brings the information that that Councillor Graham was interested in, but that is another way. So really, the ball's in your court as to how you'd want to proceed, and I'm happy to go whichever way you want to proceed.
I'll withdraw my motion,
Okay?
and I'll pursue a notice of motion, because I think that this is one of the things where it's like, it's a governance
Okay?
issue. And so I think we've already heard the recommendation last year from admin was to change it to what it is now. And I think through a notice of motion, it could be directing admin to come back with a
Report that they've
with a
already
report,
provided.
and then, and so that both sides of that argument could be represented.
Okay?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so pursuing it that way, I guess when you bring it and speak to the matter before a motion's on the table, there is an opportunity if a councillor member had a question of administration, they could be brought at that time as well. And that also gives administration the information from your notice as to what the matter is. So
Yeah, because the notice
Okay.
would, so the way, because it would be a notice of motion, then that would appear on an agenda, and then I would speak to it, but there's no debate, but it would direct admin to return, and at that point, there would be another report. And so then that would contain administration's perspective as well. So thank you.
Okay, so I just
and
need to
I've been
ask.
working nights, so I didn't have an opportunity to get any of this out to
Nope.
anyone.
No, that's
earlier
fine.
than this
So
moment.
before it's officially withdrawn, I just have to ask if anybody is opposed to it being withdrawn. I see no one being opposed, so the amending motion is withdrawn. And thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Faubert. I do hear some interest in having that discussion by other members of the council as well, so I look forward to that. So then we return to second reading of Bylaw 2023-28. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, I was
Okay,
wanting to
okay.
ask a question before, and then I
Oh.
had the question answered, and I tried to make the button go.
Okay,
Here we go.
okay, so you're all good? Okay,
I'm good. For this moment,
okay,
last
all right.
20 minutes.
All right, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that council give third reading to Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw Amendment 2023-28, Development Authority and Canmore Planning Commission. Anybody wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting, obviously I supported second reading, support third reading, but I did want to make a brief representation that I know that there has been some discussion around the potential of eliminating the Canmore Planning Commission altogether. And I know council hasn't really given direction on that, and I just wanted to make my position clear that that is not a direction that I would like to proceed in. I see value in the Canmore Planning Commission. I really appreciate administration bringing forward changes to both the land use bylaw and this bylaw that clarifies the roles of the Planning Commission and what comes to it. And and for the record, I see value in the commission continuing into the future. Thank you.
Okay, and that's helpful since you sit on the commission, and I appreciate that. Anybody else speaking to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, I did advise council that I'd like to bring a motion arising. And so I'll ask the clerk to please put that on the screen. Now, the wording of this motion was provided to me by administration. The issue at hand is, as you'll see in the report, that we've got a whack of direct control districts that have different development authorities and would not necessarily be aligned with the changes that we've just approved. And it also results in council hearing things like approving a deck on if it's a direct control district, which is not the best use of council's time. And so where appropriate or where feasible, it may not be feasible in all situations, I'd be moving that council direct administration to return by June 2024 with options to remove, where feasible, the specific naming of council and Canmore Planning Commission as the development authority from the direct control districts within the land use bylaw and replace them with the development officer. The effect of this, where it's feasible, is that then it would use the system that we've just approved of what matters go to Planning Commission and what matters go to council if there are some that is still appropriate for them. So we would just get these options coming back. I see this as streamlining and cleaning up direct control districts and making it clearer or making the process more of a development process than knowing for sure it's going to be an extra process. So I would put that forward to you for your consideration. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Oh, I messed up the system.
No, it's okay. It just sometimes happens when you're the last one on.
I try not to hit that button. On this one, I guess I have a question around the word remove, because...
Which word, sorry?
Remove.
Okay.
Because I'm curious if there are solutions to some of these issues that wouldn't necessarily eliminate the council or the planning commission as the development authority. For example, recently at one Silvertip Trail, which is a direct control district that names a planning commission as the development authority, there were changes to the types of windows being used in the restaurant. Now, that doesn't necessarily feel like something that should be coming in front of the planning commission and could be delegated to the development officer. However, the ultimate authority of approval of big changes in a direct control district could still lie with the planning commission or council. So I'd be interested in solutions, not necessarily removal of, and I don't know if that, I guess my question would be through the CAO to or through the chair to the CAO, whether or not within the wording of this, the direction, if those types of solutions would be considered and brought forward to council as well as just removing the authority.
So just before maybe Ms. Miller looks like answers, the intent here is to come back with options to remove, so it doesn't just automatically remove them. And what I would think is that for each development district, there would have to be a, it might be an omnibus bylaw of some sort, but each one would list, this bylaw is changed, and there would be an opportunity for council, if they disagreed with that, to amend it by striking out that one. So if one of these direct control districts, for example, or several, you were concerned about because maybe it should be at that level, then you could bring an amendment to strike it out as a way to say, you know what, I actually disagree, that one should stay the same. That's the way I would see it unfolding, and I'm just wondering, in answer to your question, Ms. Miller, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So this is kind of along the lines of the discussion with regard to minor changes to applications that have already been approved by CPC and then coming back to CPC. It raises the question of what is minor. And so in this case, it would raise the question of listing the circumstances where it's like, okay, send that one to the development officer versus send that one to council. So maybe it's exterior renovations, but depending on the scale and scope of the exterior renovations, they may actually should go back to Canmore Planning Commission or whoever the original approving authority is. So I would just like to note that it creates another level of clarity we will need to provide, and we won't necessarily be able to capture all of the instances that need to come back to that approving authority. So just wanted to provide that clarity for council as part of your deliberations.
Did what I describe as my intention, does that align with what you would see coming back as some sort of a bylaw that made changes in the particular districts and then each one could be dealt with individually if there was a different view?
Yes, we will have to go through each of the 42 direct control districts to assess what application, what makes the most sense for what type of development is proposed in that particular direct control district, and in an effort to minimize red tape, finding the best development authority to address the concerns or questions associated with the development. So we will come back. It will have to be itemized. There's no way for us to come back omnibus because each of the development authorities are listed differently and given different authorities. Some have a tiered approach where development officer will do this, but council will do this, but Canmore Planning Commission will do that. There are some direct control districts that list all three, giving them different responsibilities. So,
And is my understanding correct that you're supportive of this work being done? Well, the only reason is because in discussing this matter, Ms. Smithers said that she had talked to you about the wording and that she was supportive of this work being done. So
we will undertake the work if this motion passes.
Okay, all right. Councillor Hillstad.
I think Councillor Faberge had a question.
Oh, okay.
With how I take this is, if we do this change, what we just laid out now, if there's something, that's small in nature, then the development officer will take care of it. And if there's some interpretation, it will still end up at CPC anyway. So it just might eliminate the times where council may make decisions, but at least the planning commission will be making them. So again, if there's certain districts that, again, we want council to still have ultimate authority, I think when it comes back, we would highlight those ones and be like, no, we still want council as the development authority. So I'm fine with this because I think in the end, it still gets us to where we need to go. And it does allow for that natural progression of something minor will get dealt with the development officer, something a little more major will probably be sent somewhere else. So
Yeah, thanks. That's my understanding of how it would work, and keeping in mind that some of these direct control districts are quite historical, and naming council as the development authority may not have been the current practice. It may have been something else, and so it's an opportunity to take a look at that. Councillor Faubert, sorry for cutting you off previously.
Oh, no, I was just going to speak to the motion and in favor of it. After the discussion and really kind of thinking about the wording, I think it's a lot broader in scope than, and I was thinking it was a lot more specific in scope. And the way it's set out, it could address, the work from this could address some of those instances where things are going to the planning commission that might not necessarily need to go. And I think actually we should be reviewing all our direct control districts is an exercise worthy of our time. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can support this motion. I know earlier in the term we did have a application come forward, and basically due to the DC district, someone just wanted to expand their deck, and it seemed not like the best use of our energy and time to just make a decision upon that when it could go to a different group.
Yeah, and it made it a longer process for the applicant.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item G3, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-24, 2005 Stewart Creek Rise. Mr. Gravel, it's certainly open if you'd like to present anything, although I'm not expecting you to necessarily do so if you don't want to, based on the earlier presentation today.
No presentation, Your Worship, just I'll put up the recommended motion on the slide.
Great. Thank you. And did anybody have any questions of Mr. Gravel before I place a motion on the table? Councillor Faubert?
I was a little unclear of the history of how this went from MR to where we are today. And I don't know if you've been here that long, Mr. Gravel, you may have.
I have, but I haven't been directly involved with
Okay.
those steps. But
Oh,
the
here we go.
slide up there provides a
You
bit of
already,
history.
you're ready for me. That's great.
Well, just for myself, actually, to understand the history of it. So I think the key piece is there was a bit of a delay after the disposal of the MR and the land use. So
Because it was my recollection at the time that in order to purchase a lot in the Peaks of Grassy area, a decision was made to dispose of this and use the funds, because there's some specific rules about what you can do with MR and money from disposing of MR, and that would then result in MR in another location.
that's my understanding, is that council directed administration to purchase a property in the Peaks, and in order to recover some of that money, also directed administration to look for a piece of MR that could be disposed of to replace that money. And administration looked at places, my understanding, where there was nobody currently living. It would sort of lose that space, right? So before people got there, disposing of the MR would sort of make sense, right? And so that work was done. This lot was chosen. It was disposed of. CCH has acquired it. And they're looking at, as a residual step, just changing the zoning since it's no longer designated MR.
So is MR a zoning, and did it get rezoned to PD?
It's MR is a designation,
The designation.
under the MGA,
Okay.
and the MGA stipulates what MR municipal reserve can be used for specific purposes. So housing wouldn't fit that, wouldn't align with the MGA, hence why it was disposed of.
So we are still in line with the MGA?
Correct.
Okay.
It's no longer designated MR.
Okay.
So it's just a regular piece of land,
Okay.
but the zoning of it is public use.
Yeah.
And so the rezoning is just to bring it up to speed with council's expectation of that lot.
Thank you. That helps me understand the background of this issue.
Perfect. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Gravel? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will then move that council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-24, 205 Stewart Creek Rise. And I will speak in favor of this motion. I think that this has a lot of community benefit to rezoning, to match the zoning around it in order for CCH to proceed with development of that land. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I realized how far back we did this with the original direction from council. So yes, I'd be happy to support this. The intent was always to have CCH determine how they wanted to use it, whether they wanted to develop on it or sell it in exchange for another type of development. And I am a fan of putting all kinds of housing in all kinds of neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, so I'm happy to see this come forward. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
I'm speaking in favor of the motion, second and third reading. I believe that this rezoning to R2A SC and from R3 SC to R2A SC is well in line with the other land use zonings currently available within that district. And if for this to lead to community housing is an excellent use of this site. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstad?
Thank you. I will also be supporting this motion. I think the change to R2A SC fits the neighborhood because that's what everything else around it is. It's an odd-shaped lot, so the consolidation of the two lots makes sense to allow more units to be built appropriately on that space. As has been mentioned, the PD lot has, or the MR lot was disposed of, turned into PD, and it's not green space now, it's gravel. It's basically ready to be built on, so to me, this is a wise use of zoning change, and look forward to more vital homes.
Thank you. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to support this. It allows CCH to optimize the development potential of the lot and maximize the amount of units we can get there to address our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak before I call the question? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-24, 205 Stewart Creek Rise. Anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now moving on to item G4, Palliser Area Structure Plan Bylaw 2023-22. Ms. Miller. Welcome. And Mr. Cairns, I assume will also
Thank
be
you.
speaking. Yes.
Good morning again. Planning Department back with some more important decisions for council to make today. This is an important day for housing in our community. Before you is a plan that addresses the most critical issue facing our community, which you've already discussed today, which is housing. It builds on a unique opportunity that includes large parcels of adjacent lands that are all owned by public bodies who have an expressed interest in developing affordable housing. Now, this is not your typical ASP. ASPs in Canmore have historically been led by a private developer or a landowner. The documents often use words such as encourage or support to provide the developer with optimal development flexibility over the lifespan of the plan, which is typically 20 years plus, which is a period where market demand can shift quite significantly. But because the lands in this ASP are publicly owned and coupled with the housing situation facing our community, bold measures are required. So you'll notice that while this plan does use words like encourage and support, there are some shoulds, there are some shalls, and there are some wills. That is intentional. This is the first time the town has been in the driver's seat and can really set the tone for the development community as well as members of the public about our commitment to housing members of our community. But it also advances the town's commitment to environment and our declared climate emergency. We already recognize that buildings are one of the primary ways to reduce GHG emissions, and this plan allows us to actively address reducing those emissions through the structures that will be built on these parcels. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Council's decision to move this project up in our project planning and resourcing our department to effectively take on this work. This plan was written and designed solely by town staff. The only consultant work during this project was for the engineering reports associated with assessing capacity in the Palliser area. This is a plan that we are proud of and is a demonstration of what town staff are capable of doing when given the resources necessary in order to do their jobs effectively for council and for this community. With that, I want to acknowledge Mr. Cairns, couldn't have done it without you, for his tireless effort in leading, collaborating with stakeholders, and bringing this project forward and the document before council today. So with that said, I will throw it over to him to walk us through the plan and look forward to council's questions and discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Cairns,
Thank you.
welcome again.
Thank you. Morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm here again today to introduce the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan, the update to it, Bylaw 2023-22 for first reading. You'll recall this was first introduced to Council as a briefing on August 15th, where the plan was introduced along with a detailed summary of public engagement, what we heard, and a list of how we responded to any feedback we did receive. So I'll probably walk through most of that information again, as a project of this scale does warrant quite a certain level of detail for a first reading, but hopefully nothing's too redundant for you all. So before we dive in, it's helpful to just remind ourselves what an ASP is and where it falls within the planning spectrum. So at the town, planning is typically undertaken in 3 levels. Highest level is the municipal development plan, which you're familiar with, really sets an overarching vision, general sets of principles to guide future change in the community. In the middle, we have area structure or area redevelopment plans. Those are still high-level policy documents, but they do get to a finer level of detail and carve out policy specific for a certain area within the town so that we can see the types of development, the types of change, the types of investments that need to be made in that area. Then on the other hand, we have the most detailed land use document, the land use bylaw, that implements generally the policy directions of those higher level plans that I just mentioned. So today we're looking at the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan, which falls in the middle there, although to implement that plan may require amendments to the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan over time. So with that context, we can think about the current Palliser ASP. This is a document that was actually adopted almost a quarter century ago. It feels longer when I say a quarter century instead of 23 years. It's a document that was prepared by consultants on behalf of the Alberta Social Housing Corporation. And it was adopted by Town Council in the year 2000, and it set a really high-level vision for development in the area. What's unique about this, as Ms. Miller mentioned, is that it is ASP that covers lands that are all publicly or quasi-publicly owned. Town, Canmore Community Housing, and formerly the province of Alberta. So looking at the geographic context of it, there's an aerial image on the map here to give you just the general boundaries of the existing ASP. So as you can see, it runs adjacent to Highway 1 on the eastern edge of it and is located to the western edge of the Silvertip Resort. And Palliser Trail, the primary arterial road, runs directly through the site. Since it's adopted in the year 2000, some development has occurred. You'll see there's 3 parcels there that have been built out. Those have been developed for 100% residential uses. They have surface parking and a mix of market and non-market housing units on site. The large interchange site that is undeveloped but does have that little connection going into it, that's been currently functioning as a temporary off-leash dog park for the area on what is and previously was identified as a future development site. So then we can shift to the policy geographic context. So the Palliser ASP is identified as number 3 there, colored green. And it's an area that's enveloped to the north, east, and south by the Silvertip Area Structure Plan. TP Town ARP and Bow Valley Trail ARP are located on the western side of Highway 1, still in close proximity to the study area. So the update is focused primarily in the area identified as number 3, but as we covered earlier today with the Silvertip amendments, some changes were made to those policy boundaries. So I did mention the original ASP was quite a high-level document. You can see here a really 40,000-foot summary of what types of change it did contemplate in the area. Times have changed, as you can see. So predominantly it did envision a mix of highway-oriented commercial or quasi-commercial uses, things like a convention facility perhaps, hotel uses, visitor accommodation, and tourism uses. It did identify some potential for employee housing as well. So in January of this past year, a review of the ASP was launched, first and foremost to respond to the urgency of the housing crisis. A 9-month expedited timeline was deemed as appropriate. That would help ensure we could enable new housing units more quickly and get shovels in the ground sooner. Second, though, times have changed over the past 23 years, so we wanted to make sure the plan remained relevant to today's context. That would mean assessing it against current town strategies, bylaws, plans, and council directions. And finally, we want to make sure any policies in this plan align with community priorities today. Things like livability, sustainability, mobility, and so on. So the update to the ASP was undertaken in several key phases of work stretching over a 9-month period. This started off first with background research and internal engagement around the start of the new year. And that involved a detailed review of the current ASP and assessing it against other town policies, council directions, strategies, plans, and bylaws, including the municipal development plan and the council strategic plan. What that did was it helped us identify gaps and opportunities that needed to be addressed as part of this update. This work led to the second phase, where we prepared key policy directions based on that analysis and reviewed that with stakeholders. In March, we brought what we had prepared as key policy updates out to the community for a public engagement period that stretched for 3 weeks, which I'll touch on in a moment. And then from there, we shifted into more of an editing and a refinement phase. So taking everything we heard through public engagement, stakeholder input, tweaking what needed to be tweaked, responding to things that weren't adjusted, and then incorporating those into a draft plan, which spanned over the summer months and brought us to the council briefing this past August. So I mentioned there was a public engagement period that occurred in March, and what we heard through that engagement serves as a key input into the plan that's being introduced to you today for first reading. Engagement involved a multi-method approach. It had a mix of online and in-person engagement opportunities, and that was really to ensure we heard from a broad range of voices and provided alternative options for members to provide feedback in a way that was convenient to them. You can see that in the numbers. We did hear from 300 members of the community directly through those engagement exercises, but when you expand that more broadly, over 1,000 members of the community did participate in one way or another, including accessing the project page to learn about the project, what was being done, and some of the proposals being made. So through that engagement, we heard several key themes, both of support as well as points of concern or opportunities for improvement. Some of those topics probably aren't too surprising. They really reflect what you hear in the community today. So on the one hand, in support, we heard a strong desire to increase density, given these are public lands, and we can leverage that to land more housing in line with the needs of the community. Second, we heard a strong desire to have a complete community, so one that's not entirely residential, but one that's really self-sustaining and complete for residents to live, work, and recreate there. New active transportation connections, getting into the area, through the area, and of course, through and across the highway. A desire to see diverse housing forms, so not one monotonous form, but a community that provides different types of housing for different types of residents. Acknowledging it is adjacent to the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor. A key theme was strong wildlife protections and enhancing those as appropriate. And finally, making sure the area, in addition to being walkable and having good connectivity, was also going to be served by expanded roam transit. On the other hand, we did hear some key themes of concern or ideas for improvement. That was mainly around increased building heights, which I'll touch on in a little bit, potential impacts that growth or change might have on wildlife in the area, as well as how these areas would be accommodated with schools and school capacity. Finally, implementation, so things around, well, if we're looking at doing non-market affordable housing, how are we actually going to know that those get secured and delivered over the long term? So that brings us to the draft plan, which compared to the original ASP, provides an updated vision, land use concept, public realm plan, transportation network, as well as supporting development policies to guide change and growth in the Palliser Trail area moving forward. The updates that are part of this plan were informed by 4 key goals that were identified through the internal engagement and background research work that was done. Those 4 key goals were first, to create new opportunities on Town of Canmore and Canmore community housing lands to deliver affordable or more attainable housing for residents. Second, encourage the creation of a complete mixed-use walkable neighborhood. Third, prioritize the development of diverse, affordable, and attainable housing wherever we did look at introducing residential. And then finally, aligning the plan with current town, community, and council priorities. So those are the 4 key goals that informed any policy updates, and that's how I'll organize introducing the changes that are being made. So create new opportunities on Town of Canmore and CCH lands. First, a major change is the addition of a large Canmore community housing parcel to the northwest that was formerly part of Silvertip, as well as a collection of 3 parcels to the southeast that are all town-owned, to ensure that these could be effectively utilized to deliver on community needs. The 3 parcels to the southeast corner, they are partially occupied today by a cemetery and the new fire hall site, but that does still leave a large portion of land left over that is a viable development site to deliver on our objectives. So the second goal was to have a complete mixed-use and walkable neighborhood. And in response to that, we've introduced a brand new land use concept that supports a broad mix of land uses, still substantial commercial space, so that's a new addition into this plan as well, shifting away from a temporary dog park and introducing a permanent off-leash dog park and park space, as well as providing for a variety of building forms and opportunities throughout the plan area. And that land use concept really aligns closely with what we heard through feedback in terms of a range of building forms, a range of tenures, and a range of uses. This just gives you a little bit of a flavor for what that can look like as this area evolves over time. So looking to the residential areas, more green space, pathways, pedestrian connections, and a mix of housing forms, everything from townhouses of 2 or 3 stories to mid-rise apartments and low-rise apartments of 4 and up to 5 stories, with 6 stories in key areas, which I'll touch on. Mixed-use areas, getting to be a little bit more vibrant, the center of more commercial mixed-use activity, so a range of shops, services on the lower levels with more affordable and attainable housing options above, and introducing some more hardscaping elements and things like plazas and gathering spaces in key areas. And then civic areas, I think more self-explanatory, but that could be a range of facilities, everything from municipal offices to recreation purposes and whatever else is deemed as needed by the town and by council in the future. So the land use concept is supported, of course, by a new multimodal transportation network. And this multimodal transportation network shown on the screen there, solid blue as new roadways with walking and cycling and transit facilities, depending on the street classification, and then connected to new pathways within the dashed blue lines. Those will link up to a broader trail and pedestrian network, including a trail network that's being informed and drafted through the long-term management plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor. So a key theme here is really integrating this neighborhood and confirming the ability for our road and streets and pedestrian network to handle the growth over time. Layered on top of this, as you start to build a little bit of a network together, you can see a new public realm network is also introduced. And this will create a series of vibrant public spaces for the area, something that's currently lacking today, including the plazas I mentioned and an off-leash dog park, and really helping support a sense of community for this area, reducing, as a result, the need for residents to have to leave the area, cross the highway, just to access their basic daily needs. This does align as well with some of the key themes of feedback we heard through it. In response to some of the feedback, there is a requirement for a 10% municipal reserve dedication. That would be from the large Canmore community housing site, as that's the last site that we would expect to be subdivided. So reflecting a real need for us to have that land as municipal reserve so that this area can be that complete mixed-use, self-sufficient community. And finally, meeting this demand and also aligning with council's directions around affordability, sustainability, we do have new innovative parking management strategies to help meet that demand while also supporting an expanded public realm and long-term affordability for its residents. So some of the key parking policy, which was informed by our transportation impact assessment and then also through a parking assessment, includes taking a district scale approach to parking supply. So really zooming out, not going by building scale anymore, but really capitalizing on the opportunity provided by these large public-owned lands and thinking about it more holistically at a larger scale. That would include provision of shared parking stalls, so maybe looking at opportunities to optimize between different uses, so commercial, which has demand during the day, residential, which has demand during the night. And a final key move is really trying to unbundle parking from residential units. So rather than embedding the cost of a parking stall in a unit, providing residents with the options to rent those spaces. So if you don't have a car, you're not being forced to pay for that space that's going to be unused. Some other key policy changes are still listed there, things like supporting car sharing services, shifting towards a focus on underground parking rather than surface parking, and what that does for us is gives us more public realm space, park space, tree preservation opportunities, and then finally expanding roam transit to this area as well, along with new cycling and pedestrian connections. And a key goal, as I mentioned, really what started this whole process was the desire to prioritize the development of diverse, attainable, and affordable housing. So to that effect, The updated Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan really reflects the most ambitious targets that the town has set to date, and one that is achievable since it's public lands and Canmore community housing lands. So that target is 75% across the whole plan area. So in addition to enabling up to 1,300 new homes through this plan, we could expect approximately 1,000 of those to be secured long-term as non-market housing at rates below market values. That is a target. It is intended to be a minimum with possibility to go beyond that. The units, as I mentioned, would be provided throughout the area, a range of building forms to really help residents find the types of homes that they need and provide long-term flexibility in their living arrangements without having to leave the town. And the fourth goal I mentioned was to align the plan with current community priorities. So in addition to the policy updates I had covered, changes have been made throughout the plan that reflect the climate action plan, the parks, our other plans like the integrated parking management plan, and so on. So some of those key updates include a new urban design framework that will help support the creation of views, the privacy of units, both new units but also existing residential units as feasible, maximizing sunlight exposure in units but also on public spaces, as well as new measures to help mitigate noise pollution from the highway. There is a highway there, so it can't be absolute, of course, but where possible, new measures have been introduced to help transition this to be in a bit more of a livable community. New green development standards, as Lauren mentioned, is a key one. The climate action plan stated that the town would start to implement new policy direction. This was in 2018 to require all municipal buildings and all affordable housing buildings to be designed to be near net zero. This plan takes that policy and puts it to action, making sure we're following through on that commitment. New wildlife corridor protections have also been added to this plan. So that will include the dedication of lands to the wildlife corridor that are not currently protected, as well as requiring a greater setback from the wildlife corridor for all new developments. And that's really aligning with current best practices and some of the work underway with drafting the long-term management plan for the Lower Silvertip wildlife corridor. Finally, other policies have been added as well that address sustainability in the environment in addition to the ones I mentioned. So that includes looking at maximizing tree retention where possible, the use of native non-fruit-bearing plants, as well as on-site water management. So incorporating green infrastructure where possible and helping support the long-term resiliency of this area. So that concludes the presentation. I'll leave the recommendation up here, which is to recap that Council give first reading to the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 2023-22, and schedule a public hearing for October 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Really appreciate all the work that you've done. And I just want to say through the information session for Committee of the Whole that was had on this, your presentation today, I really appreciate all the work and the thought and your ability to present that to us in a way that's easy to receive. So thank you very much for all of that. I had one question, and it was around, it occurred to me when I was reading through the transportation and mobility section and the decoupling of parking stalls from buildings, which I support the direction, but it occurred to me we are in a transition with regards to vehicles between going from gas vehicles to electric vehicles. And help me understand, just so I have a sense of what that might look like, and I'm trying not to get into the weeds, but will there still be access for people who have EVs to charge up at home, basically?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Crosser. That's a good question. Absolutely, and there's been some policy added to the plan to that effect. So in addition to the near net zero requirement, there is policy direction to support EV infrastructure to help transition us to that mode.
Right, so that it's not going to be a situation where just people are running cords long distances to where their parking lot is. They will actually, granted, if it's a rental, they'll have to pay for it. They'll have to pay for it somehow, whether it's through a charging station or it's connected to their home somehow. But okay, that's so that's taken care of. Great. Looking to council for other questions. Recognizing I know a lot of questions were asked when it was presented to the Committee of the Whole, and so we don't necessarily need to go through all of those again, but are there questions now? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Cosert, and thank you, Mr. Cairns, for all your work on this one. Were there any changes to the ASP between the presentation last month and your presentation here today?
No, there were no changes.
No. Okay. And then when members of the public are looking to engage in some information to prepare for the public hearing, is the transportation impact assessment going to be available online for them as well?
Yes, both the transportation impact assessment and the parking assessments are on the project's webpage. Yeah, they were added after the request at the last meeting. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
I just want it, just for sake of clarity,
Yeah.
and thank you, Councillor Faubert. I do believe that there were some minor changes there were some editorial type things changing, like community to neighborhood, that sort of thing.
Yeah, thank you for
Plus,
that.
there was removal of the specific naming of master plans that apply to everything anyway, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I can speak to that. So I should have mentioned there were no policy changes to the plan,
Yeah.
only some minor last-minute editorial changes, as you
Yeah.
mentioned, for clarity or just improvement of legibility.
So everybody should be using this version as opposed to the other, because this is the most current wording.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will move that council give first reading to Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan Bylaw 2023-22 and schedule a public hearing for October 3rd, 2023. I appreciate Ms. Miller's bringing to the forefront that council moved this ahead. In fact, it was probably the first significant act of this council was to move this, as well as the town center ASP, and hiring, providing the resources to hire for Mr. Cairns' position. And I'm immensely proud that this council took that early initiative. And I recognize there was delays because it's tough to find staff. But boy, am I glad that we found Mr. Cairns, because it's been a very good process under your guidance to date. So I'm definitely going to be supporting this. This is a proud moment for this council and our community, that we can put this now to the public, if passed, for public hearing, and continue to expedite this matter. It does reference 10 to 20 years for build-out, which is not an unreasonable statement to make, although I would certainly hope that things align, that we can hit the lower range of that and have significant numbers of units coming on sooner than later through projects happening concurrently, and both through CCH, the town, private sector collaborations, those sorts of things. So I will definitely be supporting, and very, very happy to do so. Councillor McCallum.
The button, but
Yep,
when it comes to this topic, I'm happy to speak to it. Yeah, I was pretty proud when we approved this too, because I've been yakking in the former mayor's ear about this since 2016. So I'm really happy to see that council has chosen through this proposed ASP to try to control our future and lead by example in this regard, and outstretch to business and nonprofit and everyone else, and say, hey, let's build this together. So I'm really excited. I'm happy to provide first reading approval to this and see what we hear from the public. I think that we will hear, this has been a long time coming, and what took you so long, but it doesn't matter, we're here, and we finally found Mr. Cairns and managed to get this going. I'm really grateful for the short timelines. It's a fairly simple ASP, and so I'm looking forward again to seeing what we hear at the public hearing on October 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am ecstatic to support this. I also want to extend my gratitude to Planning Department, Ms. Miller for her leadership, Mr. Cairns for coming in, heavy lift, quick turnaround, new dad, all that stuff, and still gives birth to an ASP as well. So, yeah, this is a lot happening. I look at Palliser here, and this is a phase shift for our community over different built forms. It's going to be a benchmark for other things we can do, and I think for a lot of folks, this is a place of hope. So, thank you.
Councillor Graham.
I've got a lot to say, but I think I'm going to keep it fairly short today. I too just want to express my gratitude to this council for your vision and leadership, and to administration for the great work you've done so far. I look forward to hearing from the community as well and seeing what we can do to improve this even more. I'm sure it won't be perfect, but our community always steps up to provide feedback, and I expect to hear it in abundance with this project. We can't get those shovels in the ground soon enough, but this is hope for a lot of our community. I look forward to partnering with industry to help make this happen. I look forward to seeing what CCH can do over this next while, and it's going to take all of us to bring this thing to fruition, and I look forward. This is a great moment in our councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. I also support first reading of the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan. There's definitely some bold steps being taken. There's going to be some growing pains for some people. I'm sure we're going to hear some good things and some not so great things at the public hearing, but that's why we have them. So I look forward to that feedback from the public. This plan is for the quick turnaround, and it's some great work. So yeah, I just echo what everyone else has already said, but I will support first reading.
Councillor Merrow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be happy to support this recommendation and motion. It's been a long time coming, and I'm just going to remind Councillor McCallum that she's been whispering in more than 1 year about this, and I'm glad it's coming to fruition. I think the community will embrace this, and I thank you to everyone who's involved in helping it move forward, and look forward to hearing what anyone has to say on October 3rd.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay. I do want to say that whereas earlier today I referenced what I opined to be a small step back, this is a massive, monumental step forward by this council. And so I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to take our lunch break now, and we're going to return at 1 o'clock. From lunch. Call the meeting back to order, please. And we are now going to item G5, Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw. That's bookended nicely there, bylaw. Ms. Miller, welcome to council, and look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you for having me today. All right, so first, what does this bylaw do? So the Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw 2023-29 is in front of you today. This bylaw would replace the current Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw 22-2006 that was passed in 2006 and is ready for a modernization and update. The changes between the two bylaws are generally administrative in nature and do not change the appointments or powers for those conducting bylaw enforcement, save for the update to include the ability for the CAO to appoint weed control inspectors and agricultural pest inspectors. So the Municipal Government Act allows municipalities to create bylaws, including bylaws to appoint members of administration to not only enforce those municipal bylaws, but specific sections of the MGA as well. These sections include provisions for enforcing unsightly or dangerous properties, conducting inspections on properties, eliminating danger to public safety caused by a property, written orders regarding development and land use, and to take actions or measures to carry out written orders. In Canmore, bylaws are enforced mainly by the Municipal Enforcement Department. The department's made up of community peace officers, municipal enforcement officers or parking ambassadors, the paid parking coordinator, and the municipal enforcement administrative assistant. Most people first think of the community peace officers when they think of bylaw enforcement within the town of Canmore. The community peace officers are appointed to enforce municipal bylaws and are authorized to work as peace officers employed by the town. The Peace Officer Program is a provincial program governed by the Peace Officer Act and allows peace officers to also enforce provincial statutes like the Animal Protection Act, the Gaming, Liquor, and Cannabis Act, and the Traffic Safety Act. Peace officers are bound by both the code of conduct and policies established by the municipality they work for and the parameters of the Peace Officer Program as set out in the Peace Officer Act and regulations, as well as the program and policy manual provided by the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services. To become a peace officer, employees must attend the Community Peace Officer Induction Program. It's a 6 to 11-week training program where they learn the skills they need to perform their duties safely and appropriately. They may also need additional training depending on what provincial statutes they're enforcing, such as additional animal care and control training to enforce the Animal Protection Act, or training geared towards performing safe traffic stops when enforcing moving traffic. And as an aside, the community peace officers have started enforcing moving traffic. They started last week as the back-to-school season kicked off, and they're currently focusing on bus and school zone safety. The municipal enforcement officers, or parking ambassadors, are bylaw officers appointed to enforce only the traffic and road use bylaw. The paid parking coordinator is also able to enforce the traffic and road use bylaw. And while their focus is on the paid parking program, they're also able to address other contraventions of the traffic and road use bylaw related to parking, like parking in front of a fire hydrant or in an accessible stall without a placard. Their training is in-house and led by the paid parking coordinator and the municipal enforcement supervisor. The Municipal Enforcement Administrative Assistant is appointed to enforce the taxi bylaw, and other members of administration can also be appointed to enforce specific bylaws. For example, the water bylaw is enforced by our water utility coordinator, but when a ticket needs to be issued, they ask the Municipal Enforcement Department for assistance. And this allows for some efficiencies within different departments to do some of the investigation and follow-up before it goes to municipal enforcement. RCMP members also enforce municipal bylaws, but they're not appointed through the Bylaw Enforcement Officer bylaw, and instead these duties are included within the Municipal Police Service Agreement. So back to the bylaw, what was removed from the old bylaw? Well, the main three things are the code of conduct for bylaw enforcement officers, the complaint process, and specifics regarding uniforms. The code of conduct was removed from the bylaw as there are town of Canmore policies and procedures that allow for all employee code of conduct breaches to be investigated. Instead of including the code of conduct in the bylaw, simpler wording has been included to require all bylaw enforcement officers to follow the town of Canmore policies and procedures at the direction of the CAO or designate. Complaints and any allegations of abuse of power will continue to be investigated by the CAO or designated employee, or in the case of peace officers, the procedures outlined in the Peace Officer Act and Peace Officer Program Manual will be followed. In both cases, the performance management and disciplinary tools and guidelines that are used across the organization would also be used here. The removal of the complaint process ensures that current human resources, policies and procedures, and provincial procedures are followed without being in contravention of the bylaw. Lastly, the specifics around uniforms were removed, as not all bylaw enforcement officers, for example, the water utility coordinator, wear uniforms, and other uniforms, like those worn by the community peace officers, have specific rules around them set out by the Peace Officer Policy and Procedure Manual. So what's been added? Well, on the list includes the ability of the CAO to appoint weed control and agricultural pest inspectors. We currently have a gap where the CAO has not been given the authority to appoint weed control and agricultural pest inspectors, nor do we have an agreement with another municipality to act as inspectors on our behalf. If we're not able to enforce these acts with our own inspectors, we would need to rely on the province and be charged back for any investigations or enforcement action that's taken on our behalf. Members of the Parks team would be appointed as both weed control and agricultural pest inspectors, and community peace officers would also be appointed as agricultural pest inspectors should there be the need to address domesticized rats, for example. The proposed bylaw clearly outlines the powers and duties related to specific functions of the Municipal Government Act and refers to the specific sections of the MGA that are relevant to requiring enforcement. And the enforcement officer appointment and appeal process are more clearly outlined within this proposed bylaw. It outlines the steps that are taken when the CAO or designate reviews an appointment. For example, after a complaint is made, and gives leave for the officer to make an appeal should the appointment be suspended or revoked. So why repeal the old instead of just amending it? Well, first, this is an opportunity to put the bylaw into the new and consistent template with the other bylaws. So it makes it easier in the future if council should wish to make future amendments if they're required. And then next, the sheer number of revisions that were largely editorial and administrative in nature would have created a bit of a mess. So this includes the addition of the weed control and agricultural pest inspector appointments and the removal of the code of conduct. So the recommendation is that council give all 3 readings to the bylaw enforcement officer bylaw, which was included in the agenda package. And I'll open it up for any questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Are there questions? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I was looking for the section where a complaint could be made, and so in the report it said that it's the CAO or their designate that would accept the complaint, but I'm just looking for that wording. But my question is, the appeal process would then also go to the CAO?
Yeah, so to be clear, it's an appeal on the appointment itself. So it's not an appeal on enforcement action because this bylaw is just about giving the duties and powers to the bylaw enforcement officers. So the appeals would be, an enforcement appeal is
Okay.
a different process. So this, what the appeal process is talking about in this bylaw is if we're looking at the appointment of a bylaw enforcement officer.
And so someone isn't appointed and they want to appeal that decision?
They wouldn't be able to. It would be the officer's ability to appeal whether or not their appointment was suspended or revoked. So if there were action that would require the suspension or revocation of an appointment. So if we took that appointment away from someone, that officer would have the ability to appeal that decision.
Okay, yeah, I guess I wasn't really being clear in my understanding. So it's not necessary, it wouldn't be an appeal of a complaint. It would be
No.
an appeal of the decision.
Yeah.
the decision would be made by the CAO and then the appeal would be heard by the CAO?
Yes.
Did you consider making the first process the manager protective services and then the appeal going to the CAO to give some more procedural fairness so that the person who decided one isn't deciding the other?
I guess when I say yes to the CAO, because it's the CAO or designate, so they can designate those powers throughout the bylaw. So process-wise, in front of council for the bylaw, everything would go to the CAO, but then they have the ability to designate those powers as well.
Dr. Cottle?
Just to add to it, I see this as very similar with HR matters within the organization. So if there's an employee who's having a performance issue with their manager, we have a way internally where you escalate conversations in the organization. So I see this as very similar. The CAO can designate any number of activities, but the idea would be that if you're unhappy with a decision or something that happens, that you escalate it through the process, and so then the CAO is usually the last stop of that process. So with the municipal clerk actually does it, and I just approve it, sets up a process where these delegations are formalized, and so this would I see this as outlining the complaint process, very similar to any other employee complaint.
Now, complaints against peace officers have a very different process that goes through the province.
Yeah.
And when they go through the province, they're still investigated by the manager of protective services or whoever the CAO designates. But there is a review on those processes as well, where it goes through the Director of Law Enforcement with the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
It's just under the role of the Chief Administrative Officer, Section 4, I do not see the authority to delegate there. Is it just implied?
It's implied.
Should it not be more explicit?
Because council's one employee is the Chief Administrative Officer, everything gets designated to the CAO, and then they're able to delegate their authorities as the CAO.
CAO's right
Okay. Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Just making sure.
Yeah.
So just so I'm clear, Councillor Forbear, you're asking about appeals around their particular appointment, right? Not a disciplinary action against them. So it's not the general public who has a complaint against Officer A, because that would clearly go through the process, but you're thinking about their appointment specifically?
The way I read this, it seemed to me to be about, it would be the appeal process was around a decision, and that decision could come from either them not being accepted as an application or through a complaint, not to peace officers, but the municipal enforcement officers. And just that appeal process, just making sure that that the appeal of a decision isn't heard by the same person that made the decision.
Right.
So in terms of that fairness of process, and I think I wasn't quite understanding what the bylaw was and wasn't regarding, because there are other procedures within the town of Canmore that relate to conduct. Mm-hmm. And this bylaw is more about appointing bylaw officers and setting out the powers and duties.
Yeah.
So in terms of making decisions around appointments and who is and isn't a bylaw officer, appealing that decision versus appealing a decision on a conduct complaint.
Right. So, yeah. So what I understand is obviously the conduct is not what you're asking, it was about the appointment. And of course it brings into other elements too around employment law, human rights tribunals, the Employment Standards Act, all those sorts of things that could come into play as well. Mm-hmm. Just like other employees that don't get hired and feel that they were wronged in not getting hired. So
under appeal, section 13 and section 14 and 15, it sets out the CAO as, so in the first one, it's prior to suspending, revoking, or modifying a bylaw officer, or a bylaw enforcement officer appointment, the chief administrative officer must provide that enforcement officer with written notice of the proposed suspension, revocation, or modification. Then the next one is says the bylaw officer may make written representation back to the CAO respecting the proposed suspension. It, to me, just under this appeal section, it sounded like the person making the decision would then also hear the appeal, and I was just trying to understand the rationale behind that, because if I was appealing something, I might want someone else than the person who made the decision to do it. But if the CAO can designate the role in number 13 to a designate, then number 14 becomes more, in my mind, an appropriate process, and in that terms, that escalation. So just, yeah.
Who's wanting to speak? Dr. Cotto?
So I think this is one of those gray areas where council can only direct the CAO. So the bylaws have to be written so that you are directing the CAO. And then the CAO has powers to, thank you, delegate within the organization. So what will happen once, assuming this bylaw is approved, is that the CAO will delegate the ability to do the suspension, likely to the manager of protected services or the manager of HR, but then the process will remain. But we can't, council can't approve a bylaw that directs the manager of protective services. So some of this is the constraints of our enabling legislation and what council can direct. And then we have a whole internal process for how we manage staff and staff complaints and issues. So I do very little on the front of appointing or unappointing people. It's really in the department with the support of HR who does that work. This is more of a formality.
So I actually think that this is an unfortunate choice of title for this section. It's not really an appeal. It is a providing, if there is going to be a suspending, revoking, and modifying of a bylaw enforcement officers, here's the process. They get notice of this coming down the road, they have a chance to respond, and then a decision is made. And after that, they have recourse to employment law. So that's, I actually think it's not an appeal as much as the process, to suspend, revoke, or modify an appointment.
Yeah, that might have been why I was like, oh, what's this appeal process? And
Yeah, exactly. That's I can see why you're bringing that up now that I read it with that lens.
But I'm really grateful for
Yeah.
being able to talk that through. Thank you.
Great. All right, looking to see if there are any other questions. Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
Okay. I will move then that council give first reading to Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw 2023-29. Anyone would like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give second reading to Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw 2023-29. And speaking to the motion, I would just say that I appreciate that this bylaw has been updated. It's due to be updated, and I think there's some good changes here to make sure that we're not having something in our bylaw that is changed by another act and then having the contravention. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Move the council give leave to go to third reading of Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw 2023-29. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give third reading to Bylaw Enforcement Officer Bylaw 2023-29. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to item H1 in new business, Livability Tax Policy Task Force Terms of Reference. Ms. Rogers, welcome.
Thank you.
It's been a while since I presented. I don't have my system. Almost there. Thank you. Sorry for the delay getting
No
started.
problem. No problem.
I just wanted to provide an update on where we're at with our housing action plan that was presented to council in June. And then I've got a couple of recommendations for your approval. So just a step back, we had presented to you in June that the federal government launched a Housing Accelerator Fund grant program, which is intended to support initiatives around increasing both the speed with which affordable housing is developed, but also the number of units of affordable housing that are developed. And one of those steps was, one of the steps to the application was that we needed to get an approved housing action plan from council, and we brought that to you in June. We have now submitted the town's application for that funding, and we're waiting to hear back from CMHC, anticipating that to happen sometime this fall. Just will remind you that at the time we brought the housing action plan forward, council directed that the initiatives that I'll be speaking to specifically today be advanced regardless of whether we receive funding for the Housing Accelerator Fund or not. And the other piece was that the initiatives be advanced as quickly as possible, as there is opportunity to significantly and positively impact the town's housing crisis. So just by way of reminder, the Housing Accelerator, so the initiatives that we're talking about today, and I'll get to them in just a moment, the objective of these initiatives is that we positively impact the housing crisis in Canmore, that we find ways to encourage long-term occupancy of existing housing stock, that we encourage an increase in rental supply, and that we create a sustainable source of funding to support affordable housing. And the three initiatives that we're working on advancing right now were to develop a plan to phase out the tourist home designation, investigate tax options to incentivize long-term occupancy of rental units, and investigate tax options to incentivize purpose-built rental accommodation. The approach that administration is recommending is that we strike a task force to help us work through those three initiatives and then come back to council with recommendations that the task force has put together for your consideration and approval. We are working with consultant Ben Brunen, who you'll recall did the work for the town 10 years ago on the property tax force, as well as recently doing some economic research for the tourism task force. So that really is his background, very familiar with property tax, very familiar with Canmore and the landscape within Alberta. And so what we're recommending is that a task force be struck with these proposed members. So 3 members of council. So that would be a step we need to do a little later, is see who on council is interested. If there are 3 people, those would be the appointees. If there are more than 3 people, you would need to vote amongst yourselves to determine who those 3 members would be. We're looking for a representative from Tourism Canmore Kananaskis or the TCK board, a representative of a local developer of tourist homes or visitor accommodation. It's a really specific market that we're looking at there. One representative from the Canmore real estate industry who has experience selling tourist homes and visitor accommodation and also has access to timely and relevant market statistics and looking at changes in real estate prices and how this market has grown or shrunk or continues to expand over time. Representative from a Canmore rental or property management company, and here we're looking for someone that has experience and represents both owners of short-term rentals and long-term rentals. And then a representative from Canmore Community Housing. I can pause there if there are any questions about committee membership.
Great, thank you. I did want to ask, I see that it's one representative from a local developer of tourist visitor properties. Maybe you could just speak to generally the process of how is the one representative chosen? And I mean, it would have seemed intuitive to perhaps look to BOTA for suggestions. I'm just wondering why BOTA is not specifically addressed. There must be some rationale behind that. Yeah.
In working with our consultant, we really determined that these are very complex issues that require some expertise in the field that we're looking for feedback from. I would highly expect, I would be surprised, in fact, if the local developer who has experience in tourist and visitor type of accommodation is not a member of BOTA. My expectation is that they likely are. But we're really looking for specific experience in someone who's developed that type of real estate. It is kind of a niche market. It doesn't exist in a lot of other or many other communities. And so that type of expertise would be most helpful in determining what these action plans could look like moving forward.
Right, so rather than name BOTA and then just be left with whatever their suggestion is, who may or may not have that expertise, you're going to be looking specifically for that expertise, and in all likelihood, they're a member of BOTA in any event. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Krauser? Sorry, I appear to be on open. Know that at your peril. I can turn my own mic on. I just thought I'd add to that. You sort of asked about BOTA. BOTA's welcome to suggest someone. I mean, I expect they will. They do when we ask, and sometimes they do even when we don't ask. So if they have someone in mind, but as Ms. Rogers indicated, it's our assumption that that person will be a member of BOTA and they will be represented through that person. It's really more what they develop that's key for us than more than their membership.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Graham, you have a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. You already got to the point I was going to make.
Okay. Councillor Faubert, I think you rung in, but for some reason it didn't show up on the list, so I'll go directly to you.
I had a similar question.
Yeah.
I had another question, but I'm not sure if we were at that point yet. So, so I will wait in case my question's answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So one representative from a Canmore rental property management company, and so that's where you're looking for long-term instead of short-term.
Both long-term and short-term.
So when we're talking about short-term, are we talking about by the night, or are we talking about like by the month?
There are some that rent by the month, some that rent by the night. I think there are a couple of firms that represent property owners who are not living here, and they manage those properties for those owners. Up to 28 days in some cases, but sometimes shorter than that.
Yeah, that's a fairly finite, like maybe
Many of these are,
one company.
yeah. But again, it's the subject matter expertise that is going to be critical in coming back to you with meaningful recommendations for change. It was clear to me anyway, when presenting this information in June, that council was saying, investigate these things and come back with solutions. You weren't saying, go out to the general public and ask if we think this is a good idea.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And so would that also be a company that operates them? Because that feels like two different things.
there's nothing to preclude them from operating them. What we're really looking is that depth of understanding of the short-term rental market and the long-term rental market.
Okay.
What are we looking at in terms of wait lists for long-term rentals, proportion and statistics around volumes of short-term rentals versus long-term rentals, changes in that market that they've seen over time, either moving from long-term rental to short-term or vice versa. So I think there's some expertise there that will be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions at this time, so please continue.
In terms of timing, again, looking at quick action, we are proposing that this move very quickly. Once terms of reference are approved by council, we would work to finalize members of the task force and then get meetings scheduled. And we're looking for about a meeting and a half or a few hours on each topic. First meeting, ambitiously, we're hoping would be the week of September 18th, and that would be to introduce the approach to the task force members' roles, what the schedule would look like, how that discussion would unfold, and then launching right into beginning the policy discussion on tourist homes. The second meeting would then look at summarizing that discussion and coalescing some options and recommendations to bring back to council, and then move on to the vacant property piece. And you can see the pattern right through, with the idea being that we can come to council with something before the end of the year. It's ambitious, but we're hopeful. Mm-hmm.
Great. Councillor Graham, do you have a question at this point?
Thank you, Your Worship. I expect that we will have no problem filling this task force whatsoever. However, if worst case scenario, we didn't have it full by 18 days or less than that, what would happen then?
We'd fill it as fast as possible and bump the
And keep-
meetings ahead
and
as
bump
required.
the meetings ahead?
Yeah, or back, whatever the,
Yeah, I know
later
what you mean.
in the time.
So we need the
Yeah.
task force full,
Yeah,
and then we start our meetings?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm hoping that's not a problem.
me too. There seems to be a lot of interest about these issues, so I'm hopeful that that means people will want to participate.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Coaster. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Why are we driving so hard for the 2024 tax year? Because this is very complex. It's tax policy. And it seems like in order to deliver on that tight timeline, we might be sacrificing some of the processes that we normally would have followed.
So our goal is to have some policy first to implement around tourist homes. We have an annual deadline where homeowners are required to declare how they're using their tourist home, and that declaration is required at the end of January every year. And so we're hopeful if we can advance that, we can get that information out before that end of January deadline. Otherwise, we really lose the whole year, and we wouldn't be able to action anything there until January 2025. And so that was the hope there. The vacant property piece is going to take much more time and much longer. That won't be in place in January. But again, the possible impact to our housing crisis we see as quite significant, and think it's worth driving hard on the outcomes here. But really that first deadline is around that tourist home piece and the statutory declaration that's due January 31st.
Yeah.
Yeah. It may not be possible. It may prove to be too complex, or I'm not sure, but we wanted to start out ambitiously and optimistically that we could make an impact right away.
Yeah, because when you describe it that way, to me, it seems that the work of the task force is split into 3 areas, but only one of them has an importance to be decided before January, and so we could still go through a recruitment process and deliver on that one tourist home policy options in time for January.
You could, so that's certainly council's option or prerogative. I think there is some efficiency and consistency in having the same people part of that task force that are able to comment on and contribute to these same issues because they are quite linked. Many owners of tourist homes are also technically vacant property owners, right? They're not living in those homes, and so there is quite a bit of overlap there. The purpose-built rental piece, I think every time that comes up as an option, without an incentive, it may not be considered, and something else might be built instead. So you could argue we could wait on that, but we don't know the opportunity cost in doing that.
No, and I wouldn't suggest that. I mean that in terms of how we form the task force, we could take a little bit more time, but still have the same people looking at these things. It's just only one of these has a timeline for January. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
That wasn't a question, I apologize.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Please continue.
That is the end of the presentation.
Okay.
And so really what we're asking council to do today is to approve the terms of reference for the Livability Taskforce. They were included in your package. And then also to appoint 3 members of council to participate in that Livability Tax Policy Task Force.
Great, thank you. So before you step down, just looking to see if there are any other questions. Yes, Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Under Objectives Phase 1, Section 5, prepare policy options, recommendations, and implications of phasing out tourist homes with consideration for council and administration direction, previous research, and recommendations. In my experience, we definitely refer to council direction, but I've never seen administration direction included within anything. Could you maybe explain that wording a little bit more for me?
Administration liaises with the consultants and provides direction to them, but it's not material. If you'd like to take that out, we can absolutely modify that.
So that's more in terms of consideration for the information that's coming from the consultant through admin?
Through admin and back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's not material to the intent of the task force. It can absolutely come out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. No other questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Okay, so I'm going to move that council approve the terms of reference for the Livability Tax Policy Task Force as presented. And I'm just wondering if there's an amendment coming. Okay, Councillor Faubert.
And the clerk has it, but I'd like to add something to it to perhaps better reflect the intent of Section 5 under Phase 1. And it would be to remove and administration. And then if Madam Clerk is ready at the, so after and administration, and add from, in quotes, from the consultant at the end of the sentence. Or after, from the consultant after recommendations. That makes so what it would read as is council direction, previous research, and recommendations from the consultant. That is absolutely correct. Thank you. Would it be better to put recommendations in quotes in the main motion? Yeah. Yes, thank you. There's a lot of verbiage in there just to point to one spot. I think it's a skill to type in live in front of people the way you do. I'm really grateful for you.
How about in that second line at the beginning, instead of from, within the first bullet? Yeah, amend, no, taking out from, removing from.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now that captures everything? Okay. And would you like to speak to your proposed amendment?
I think it's just more clear and direct around what it is that the task force should be considering when it's looking at policy options, because council direction is definitely something we do. And my understanding is the wording was done in the way as presented to ensure that the recommendations from the consultant were also being considered. So by adding from the consultant at the end, that I think really captures that. And those recommendations would definitely be coming through administration as well.
So just a question on, I don't have a problem or any concerns with removing and administration. Wondering if from the consultant precludes other research and recommendations. And if we don't have that, then it just opens it up to,
Okay.
to that sort of thing.
I can take that. I've gone too far, and now we're going to come back.
Well, I mean, the other choice is, so we can see the will of council, is you could do a friendly amendment, or I could move an amendment to the amendment about the consultant, and then we could vote. So it's up to you.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, great,
I think, there we go, yeah.
great. And then in the sample, it would just end after recommendations. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
That works for me, and I can certainly support this. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion, the amending motion? Okay. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now we're back to the main motion that council approve the terms of reference for the Livability Tax Policy Task Force now as amended. Speaking to this motion, I appreciate this coming back in such a timely manner so that we can get moving. If over the course of time it's determined that it's reasonable to take longer, that will be determined on course, but at least let's aim for, I think, going out and getting this done at the earliest possibility. And I look forward to seeing the outcome of this work. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert?
Yes, I have a potential alternative, which I emailed to the clerk.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I can tell it to you too. So the last task force was appointed by council. And I think it's really important in our roles that as elected officials, that we're the ones appointing the members of the task force. However, in light of the desire to move forward on this quickly, I don't necessarily think we need an application process. I think we could do a recruitment process and have, if possible, it return not on October 3rd, but on September 12th, next week, during a special meeting of council. I know that that is 1 week away, and it is holding a meeting just to appoint the members of this task force, but I think it's still it falls in line with my needs for council to have that role of appointing the members, but also doesn't create additional timelines for an application process to occur over several weeks. It's kind of like trying to have my cake and eat it too. And I would just change, and then after seeing the timelines again, I realized that October 3rd is wrong. I would put September 12th, or even, and that would be before the 18th, which would be the first meeting. Now, I defer to administration if holding a special meeting next Tuesday is not really in the cards for us, and respect the decision of council, but I wanted to at least try to create a process so that it's council appointing the task force on behalf of because I think that that's our role.
Okay. So, tell you what, this is actually more in line with a
Motion arising? Okay.
Right, so we could approve the task force, and then this goes to the appointment of it.
Okay.
When we do get back to it, though, because we did take the September 12th out of our calendars, because there was nothing at that date at the time. So I guess there's a couple of things that I'm just going to throw out there so that there's possible ideas. One would be asking council if they in fact still are available at that time, because it was removed from our calendars. That's one possibility to go then. Or the other possibility might be to call a special meeting of council, maybe immediately prior to the committee of the whole the following week. And then we're not losing too much time, but at least it's a time where we're already committed to being together. So I'm just throwing those out there as potential things to think about. But we'll save this motion for immediately after we do the terms of reference.
And the committee of the whole is the 19th, and the first meeting of the task force is the 18th.
Well, it's the week of the 18th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
That's even better.
So anyway,
you.
a couple of things to think about. So thank you for raising that, and that's going to be a good discussion. Councillor McCallum, you want to speak to this motion about the terms of reference?
Well, crap, I forgot I was going to say. Yeah, so I remember what I was going to say. I'm happy to approve the terms of reference as presented. I think there's been a real will, want, and wish within our community to understand the interplay between short-term rentals and how they do or do not impact livability within our community. I read many an article where it's like pro, con, throughout the rest of the country and in North America and Europe. And I believe that several of us campaigned on this. I don't think I did, actually, but I know that I have spent a lot of time looking at other models in other jurisdictions in both Europe and in North America and Canada. So I think that this is an excellent step forward, and I'm really interested to see what falls out of the piece regarding encouraging rental properties and how we can especially the tax piece. And I've worked, as you and I, Your Worship, have worked with Ben Brunin before, and he's incredibly knowledgeable. And I'm really pleased with the continuity between economists and this and the previous property tax task force. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the task force brings forward to council, whether I'm a member of it or not. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I'll be speaking in favor of the terms of reference for the Livability Tax Policy Task Force. I think that tax policy is an area that we should be exploring to achieve some of the outcomes and objectives that we have as a council and as a community to address some of these issues. I think that the work done by the previous tax task force was very valuable, and I'm really grateful that we're moving ahead on this. And I know we're really ambitious on our timelines, but I think that that's kind of the pace we're setting as a council. We want to address these things within our time in office. And some of these things are hot button issues in our community, and a lot of terminology is thrown around tourist homes and visitor accom, and I think that the work that comes out of this task force will help, in a general sense, our community understand better what we can and can't do, what levers we can and can't pull. And the other thing I really appreciate is the framing of this around livability and of finding ways to create more housing in our community, because that is the ultimate goal. It's not to punish any one sector or group for who they are or what they're doing. I think that these are serious issues and we're not just facing them, and we need to find ways to address them, and this is going to be the conduit through which we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion on the floor? Councillor Graham?
I will wholeheartedly support this. This has been a big day for this council, and assuming this gets passed, this will be a momentous moment for our community. The challenges we face and some of the tools that we need to employ to make a significant difference are at our fingertips, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this task force comes up with. It will be momentous. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Worship. Very happy to support this. I think housing crisis, we're trying to get it from many different angles, from whether it's creating supply to looking at the tax side of things, which I think is in the past been considered something that we can't really do. And I think this task force can find ways where that sentiment can be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead?
I agree with what most of the things that have been said, so I'm not going to add too much to it. I'm looking forward to seeing what the task force comes up with. So.
Thank you. Any other comments before I call a vote? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I think I want to deal with the motion arising first, because then we'll go to appointment of the council members, which I expect is going to be some form of a secret ballot vote. And then following that, we're going to take a short break before we deal with the last item. Okay? So, the motion arising, so Councillor Faubert has raised this. Do you have any other comments on it before we ask some questions, logistic type questions? Oh, sorry. Thought it was on.
I think that the September 19th is a better date because we already have meetings that day. So if it's possible, so I would change it to that, given that the timeline says the week of the 18th is the first, and I got really stuck on the 18th there in my head. So This way, we don't need a special meeting. And I think we're still, as council, approving the task force members, and we still are going to meet the timelines. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So just looking to administration, and particularly Ms. Hyde, we have our standing committee of the whole meeting set for 1 o'clock. Would you see this as something that we could slide in just before that? Because I don't think it will take very long. I think there'll be some, probably some presentation, just like at the organizational meeting, an opportunity to go in camera just so that there's no private information shared, and then coming out and making an appointment. So is that the process that you would see, as opposed to, or would you say first thing in the morning, or?
Well, it needs to be a special meeting of council, because
Yeah.
we can't do this at COW, and we need to advertise it.
Yeah.
So it just really,
It just needs
this
the
is
40,
really
it
what
just,
will work in your schedule. So we just need to advertise the start time.
Yeah.
I'm hearing it might only take about 15 minutes. So
Sometimes committee appointments take a long time, in my
sometimes,
painful past experience. But we could start the business meeting at 1 and the committee of the whole at 1:30.
yeah,
And I think
Yeah,
what Ms.
there's
Hyde is
enough
saying,
time.
we just have to advertise the starting time
Yeah.
of both meetings.
because it's a
So
fairly light agenda for the committee of the whole as it currently
There's
sets.
time on that afternoon, given that
Okay.
what's on that agenda now.
And that way it still works within the times that we have held in our agendas, and if we were to approve this.
Yeah, it'll just make, I mean, it puts us in a difficult position to start meetings on the 18th. If council's not going to, we can ask people to hold a time
Yeah.
to supposedly meet that week. But if we're making a lot of changes, it will delay the start, so.
Well, yeah, appointment, or it would be subject to confirmation, right? Okay. Before we go to debating the motion in particular, does anybody have any other logistical issues that they wanted to bring up with this? Councillor McCallum?
So what happens if we don't like one of them? For one,
So that's what Dr. Cotto
yeah, I
was
know, and I'm just
indicating. So
underlining that.
it would-
Because
there would be
this
a
was the
delay.
process that we understood was going to happen. What did we talk about this a week ago?
Yeah.
So since then, I have heard nothing. I think I might have brought it up myself at the time, and everybody was like, nope. So, yeah.
The way that
Councillor
I
Faubert.
understood the discussion last week was that we were asked to consider what process we would like, and I considered that, and I felt that I'd like the process to be for council to make the approval, and I think that's our role. I think that it's totally possible that there could be some debate. However, I'd rather be able to debate it than to have it set and not be able to do anything about it as council, right? So I think your question leads to that we should be doing the appointments, but I also
My
think,
question leads to where were we a week ago talking about this? That's my question.
well,
Because we could have solved this problem as opposed to dealing with it today. That's all.
it's in the alternative in the staff report today, and the direction that I heard last week is that we should consider what process we'd like before today's meeting, and that's what I did. So I think that this is the place for making decisions, not workshops.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
Anybody else have any questions before we debate? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just a little curious how this process is going to go, because I want to be fair to the other groups that are bringing forth a delegate, because I see a situation potentially where on the 18th, one of the boards, whether TCK or BODA or et cetera, they come forth with like their preferred candidate, and worst case scenario, like we don't like that candidate, and all of a sudden we are pushing the process back. So I'm trying to understand, is it the sort of thing where we reach out to these groups and say, come up with 3 candidates or 4 candidates? That's my concern. I'm also happy to meet on the 12th, the week before. It provides a little more time and capacity for these other partners to be able to come up with alternate candidates if it's if we didn't like the other ones. Yeah, I just think logistically, I don't want to take it to the last moment on the 19th there.
So my understanding from what was presented is that administration would seek out potential candidates. TCK is the one it named, and so they would provide one, but like BODA wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't be the one presented by BODA, it would be somebody that meets the terms of reference. And then, yes, there could be debate, and there is the potential of delay. I don't know how significant delay, and it may be that there's some alternatives brought forward that would shorten the delay. I think that's the way that some of these logistics could be dealt with. Councillor Graham?
If we were to do this on the 12th, this is a short meeting, would we have enough time to advertise for the 12th?
Yep.
Yes.
But it's only what was it in the procedural bylaw? Is it 48 hours or 24 hours? 24 hours.
So it's not the advertising that's the constraint, it's that we haven't done any reach out to any of these organizations yet. And so we can't, I mean, you know, if someone emails me and asks for something, I sometimes can get back to them in a week, but sometimes I can't. So I can't speak on behalf of these other, of the people who we're looking for. We might not be able to have a list back to you on the, we might, but we also might not. So there's urgency for us, but there may or may not be urgency for them. So we just can't commit. It's not the advertising, it's the other organization's ability. For some of them, this will be coming out of the blue, and it might take them, they might want to wait till their next board meeting, or, you know, people are still coming back from summer or taking holidays if they don't have kids in school. So we just can't commit to what how quickly other people can respond to us. That's the
So
constraint on the 12th.
the timeline that was presented was a suggested timeline presented by Mr. Bruden, I believe, right? But that's not something that's part of the terms of reference.
No.
It's subject to change. Keeping in mind that we want to keep things moving, it seems to me that if this motion's passed, it's probably logistically more likely to have names for the September 19th meeting than a week from now. And then there could be the finalization of the timelines following that. The alternative, of course, if this is defeated, is that we just, whoever is on the task force, wait to hear or get the doodle poll or whatever it is for the appropriate dates and times. And we go with who's selected by administration. But I personally wouldn't lose any sleep with the exact dates of the week of set out in the potential timeline, because I don't think that that's absolutely set in stone. Councillor Graham, did you have anything else to add? No? Councillor Mara?
Both my questions were answered. It was timeline and providing, having alternates provided.
Okay. All right. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? From my perspective, and I know we discussed in a workshop, but it is not a decision-making place. This is the decision-making place. And I could support this motion so that the actual appointment is made by council itself. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstad.
I think I can support this. It's still aiming for the same timeline to a point, because we were hoping to have, you know, admin reach out and find the task force member. So now we're just making it that they reach out and we get to choose if there are options, and we can, you know, go through some of those things. And there could be a very good chance that some places will be like, oh, we have, like I expect council's about to have, where there's going to be multiple people interested in the task force. So they might want to be like, here's 3 people and we'll actually get to choose. Or maybe it'll end up being that everyone just submits one anyways, and then it was a slightly moot point, but this way at least it does come back to us, so I think I can support this.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to the motion about the council appointment of 3 members of council. So before obviously we put a motion on the table, we need to determine if there's interest. Who, just by a show of hands, who is interested in having, being considered for on this task force? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5.
Hell no.
Okay, so I was correct, Councillor Ma and Councillor Mira, neither of you? Okay, yeah. Capacity is a consideration. So, what we're going to do is there are 3 positions available. So each of us will write down 3 names. We have paper coming from Madam Clerk. They have to be 3 different names of the councillors who have, and Mayor has indicated. Oh, look at that. There it is, all printed up. So 3
order of preference, is it?
3 names. So what's going to happen, you write down 3 different names of who you would vote for. I will hand it to this Dr. Cottle. She will tabulate and then provide me the 3 top vote getters. And okay, and then I will announce that.
We should have had to do a song and dance.
Demonstrate a talent.
Rochambeau. Elimination, rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. We're going to take a break for sure after this. Yes. We're going to, Mr. Asarte, we will be resuming after we have this. We'll be resuming at 2:30.
Unless I wasn't told what the meeting was. Appeal committee or whatever we're on, right? It's never met, right? This guy's never lost.
Yeah. Nope. Pretty sure this group will meet.
I think so.
Thank you. All right, and in no particular order, and I'm sure it was a very, very close vote because we have lots of qualified people here at interest. Mayor Krausert, Councillor Graham, and Councillor McCallum will be the ones that I insert into the motion. So I will move that council appoint Mayor Krausert, Councillor Graham, and Councillor McCallum to participate in the Livability Tax Policy Task Force on behalf of council. Should I add the on behalf of council? I just went because it was 3 members of council. Does that change the meaning at all? Let's scratch that last part. I'll just appointing those to participate in the Livability Tax Policy Task Force. Okay? Any discussion on the motion? See none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we will take a break until 2:30. Okay, we're back from the break, and we move on to item H2, the 2023 Capital Budget Funding Sources Amendment, Cougar Creek Long-Term Mitigation. Mr. Asarte, welcome to council.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am here to recommend that Council approve a budget funding source amendment for the Cougar Creek Long-Term Mitigation Capital Project in the amount of $8.3 million to be funded from reserves. There's a second motion as part of this, that Council direct administration to continue to apply for additional funding with any approved grants to be utilized to offset these reserve contributions. Further, we're building on a direction from Council this is dating back to the May 16th special meeting of Council, where administration outlined a number of upcoming projects that would require budget amendments. And that included expected approvals for Cougar Creek. Through that meeting, Council directed administration to update the 2024 through 2028 capital plan to account for future budget and staging approvals as part of our amendment process that's upcoming. And so that direction continues to apply to any approvals today. But to be completely clear about administration's intent, we're proposing a third recommendation be considered by Council if the first two were to be approved. And that is that Council direct administration to return during the 2024 budget amendment process with recommendations to cancel or delay $8.3 million in future or carry forward capital projects and to reallocate that funding towards the Cougar Creek long-term mitigation capital project. All to say, in order to continue the project at this point, we need confirmed funding sources. And we're proposing that those confirmed funding sources be reserves. However, organizationally, there isn't a surplus of reserves available to be able to allocate without impacts to the capital plan. And so the idea being that any impact created by the commitment of reserve funds today be considered as part of the budget process, and that we make changes to the capital plan so that we aren't putting a dent into our reserves. Any changes made as part of the 2024 budget process then could be revisited as part of the 2025 budget process once we have final costs, and any additional funding that we're able to secure over the next year. We'll have the complete picture, and we can make adjustments to the 2025 budget process at that time.
So just on that, so if we are successful in getting some grants to apply towards it, you're suggesting that probably given the timing of those grants are not going to happen before November, a couple of months from now, that if we delay $8.3 million in projects through this budget period, that any grants that are received could then help get some of those other ones back on track?
That's right.
Okay. And replace what's canceled with the funding. Okay.
That's right.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so on July 4th, Council approved our budget increase, and that at the time included $4.1 million in secured funds. It included $25 million in future grant. And though the approval came before the bulk of the funding sources had been secured, the July approval has really been critical in allowing for the work to continue throughout the summer. It allowed for critical path work beyond just the embankment foundation, which was complete in July. And now we're working into the completion phase of the project. And at present, we're working on the second of 9 lifts of the embankment structure. And continue on a path that allows for a 2024 project completion, which again is a year ahead of our prior schedules. On August 18th, the province notified administration of the Treasury Board's approval of a $16.7 million grant, or 2/3 of the funding which we applied for. We're appreciative of the ongoing support of the province, and in particular, how quickly they were able to turn around an approval of this magnitude. It's remarkable we applied in the spring, and to have an approval in August in time for us to continue the work is really just a testament to their strong support and strong support from the minister. Of course, this isn't the full funding amount that we'd hoped for, and it leaves a large outstanding balance for us to complete the project. So with that, we had really two main options for moving the project forward. One is that we fund the $8.3 million difference while we pursue alternate funding sources, and the other is to stop the project while alternate funding sources are sought and approved. Those two options are constrained by the needs of the work, which I've touched on in the past. And shown here, this is an image of a cross-section of the debris flood retention structure. The deep foundation work, all the grouting work's been completed, and this is illustrating the approximate completion of the deep foundation and building up now into the upper foundation, or upper embankment. And this outlines the limit of construction for the remainder of the upper embankment. So if we stop work now, spring freshet next year, low flow, small scale flood, the flow is going to primarily go through the low level outlet, exit downstream of the project site, won't cause any damage to the site, and won't impact the main construction area. If we were to experience a medium or a large size flood, the construction at this point would still allow for the flow to go over top of the low level outlet. And what that's going to mean is that it isn't impounding a large amount of water that will create an outbreak flood, which would increase risk downstream. So if you were going to stop the work at a point, this is where you would stop it, and you wait for spring freshet, and then continue work after that point. If we were to continue work, we would want to complete the full elevation of the embankment structure above the spillway elevation. And what that means that in a large flood, if you say you had a 2/3 completed structure, the water would overtop your 2/3 completed structure, could create outbreak flooding. It's certainly going to damage your structure itself, and it can increase the risk downstream. So you want to get your embankment structure up above the spillway elevation, and that's what a full funding approval would allow. There are pros and cons to the two options. For the option to continue the work, this provides the earliest possible protection for our community. It allows us to complete the work in 2024. It minimizes that risk to the construction site that we saw realized last year due to damage of spring runoff. It has the lowest overall project cost. It allows us to meet our regulatory requirements, meets our grant funding requirements, and we can continue to pursue grant funding in the meantime, and cost savings to reduce burdens on reserves. So apart from having to commit our own funds, largely pros with continuing the work. We've got really great momentum on the site right now, and available equipment and materials. All the types of things that are typically issues on construction sites these days have been addressed. The site has significant momentum. If we're to delay, we're completing at least 1 year later because of that timing around freshet. That's the increased flood risk to the community and increased risk to the project site. We're anticipating an increase in costs for a 1 year delay of about $4.5 million. This means that the grant we would be applying for isn't $8.3 million. It would be applying for a $12.8 million grant. There's a risk that the funding isn't approved, which would create a larger gap to fill for the town. And if this project doesn't complete, we could have obligations to the provincial and federal granting agencies who, through their grant agreements, require repayment. So with approval, we would work to mitigate reserve impacts, so we're applying for additional grants where eligible. There's a federal grant we're applying for that closes on September 22nd, so the timing could be good to hear ahead of work next spring. We're going to continue to manage on-site costs, so working to mitigate construction risks, for which we have contingency in this budget. Value engineering and reducing costs on some of the remaining elements like the electrical and controls. And we're considering any scope that potentially could be deferred to a future project, future grant, while we continue to pursue funding. We'll update the capital plan to offset the full $8.3 million in reserve impacts for 2024 and would move forward with construction to completion. So in summary, we have good momentum on the site. We have a clear path to completion for 2024 for the first time in 2 years, removing the significant uncertainty that's hung over this project. There's this big gap in funding, big pressure on reserves as a result of the provincial grant, but we'll be working to mitigate and manage that. And certainly this is, the recommendation is the lowest cost, fastest route to getting us to completion. So with that, I'll turn it over for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Asarte. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Andy, for the update. Any idea on what projects we would cancel for $8.3 million? Have we got like a short list? Have we got some sort of idea where we go to make up that shortfall?
The budget largely consists of growth and rehabilitation type projects. And the small projects that, you know, 100,000 to 500,000, takes a lot of those to make up 8.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
So really we're looking at staging of some of the larger projects in the capital plan, like complete street improvements, for example, on some of the major arterials. Our plan lays out a roadmap to having those projects complete by 2030, consistent with our integrated transportation plan, to be in a position to get the mode shift targets that we're looking for. We may have to delay some of those projects in order to fit in other work. There's potentially a large rehabilitation of a municipal facility, for example, that could be delayed. So we're looking at putting the pieces together right now, but expect, not without significant impact, we do expect we'll be able to find that 8.3 million.
This is a hard question to answer, probably, but your confidence in the federal grant funding in the end?
In federal grant funding?
Yeah.
I would say probably 50-50, that we would be able to get a portion of the funding that we need. There are hard limits on the current grant program that we're involved in for the project. They can't change the funding amounts. But we have roadmapped a couple options where we would be able to increase the amount of eligible expenditure on the project based on the funding increases from the province, which would allow us to apply new grants to the project. So that requires us, so we have a clear path to apply, and then we're in a grant program application process. We think we have a good project that has the merit to get approval under that program, but that's where the uncertainty would lie.
At the July 5th meeting, so this was approved with $25 million of grant funding. I
and I guess we were assuming that it was coming all from the province and then partly from the feds, and that has changed. Am I right there?
We assumed entirely from the province, 25 million entirely, and the remainder was interest that had already accrued on previous provincial grants.
And then, so the province changed what they were, I guess I'm trying to understand how they went from 25 to
The province
16.
approved 2/3. So the ask was for 25, and they say, we'll give you 2/3, essentially.
But why the difference now?
So
Dr.
just
Kyle?
for clarity, the province didn't change anything.
No.
It was our ask.
Yeah.
And they took our ask and they came back with what they were willing to provide. So there was no change on behalf of the province.
Okay.
I mean, certainly jump in, Mr. Asarte, if I'm not correct here, but Mr. Asarte and his colleagues have been talking with staff at the province. But the financial, and they were supported our full ask, but it's ultimately a elected official decision, and that's what the Treasury Board decided. So there was no change at the province, or there's just very similar to council and administration. There's different motivations, and I mean, we see that when we do budgets here, a department will make a really strong case for why they need what they need from the budget. But when we look at the budget, we have to look at the asks from all of the departments. So, we're not privy to the inner workings, but there was no change at the province. It was really just staff conversations and then the Treasury Board. So it was our ask, their decision. That's it.
No change.
Yeah.
I'm good for now, thanks.
Looking to see if there are any other questions. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Asarte. So there will be 3 motions. I'll have the third one be put up when we get to it, the one that Mr. Asarte recommended. So I will move that council approve a budget funding source amendment for Cougar Creek Long-Term Mitigation Capital Project, CP number 1562, in the amount of $8,300,000 from future grant to reserves drawn as follows. $5,300,000 asset replacement rehabilitation reserve, $2 million general municipal capital reserve, $1 million flood mitigation structure maintenance reserve. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert, and thank you, Mr. Asarte, for your presentation. I will be speaking in favor of this motion, and I will vote in favor of the next 2, but keep my comments to this section of the conversation. I at first was concerned around using the asset replacement and rehabilitation reserve for funding this project, but with the third recommended motion that's coming forward, I'm a lot more comfortable with moving ahead with using the reserves now in order to complete this project in the short term. I think that is a major priority, and it works to our advantage, not just in terms of public safety, but in terms of keeping the costs of the project as low as possible at this point. And then I'm always in favor of grant funding for anything that we can do. And I really, I was prepared to bring forward a motion as well around looking at the 2024 capital budget and the 5-year capital plan to try and find those dollars to avoid using the reserves. But I think we can't avoid using the reserves. We have to use the reserves now in order to achieve the timelines that benefit our community. And then we have to do some really hard work in the upcoming budget. And I know that's going to be tough because there are a lot of priorities and I think projects that we'd all like to see happen. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
A question, Your Worship. I would really like to see the third motion be put on the table
prior to the other two, I'm pretty certain, I'm sure where this is good, the vote's going to go, and that's good, and I'm good with that. I would like to get behind the third motion before I go behind the first and second. Is there a procedural
Yes.
way to make that happen?
Yes, so if you would like to, if it's a motion to table.
Table
okay?
this first one, and then...
Yeah, so motion to table it and deal with this after dealing with the third motion.
If,
And then it would have to be a majority vote in order to, yeah. Can we see the third motion? Not looking, Mr. Sarte, third motion? Okay.
To me, it makes sense to bring this one forward to give me more confidence in the other two.
Right, your point being that
I'm very nervous about
If you
this.
know that this is happening, then you can deal with the other one.
Yes.
Right. Okay, I see, Dr. Cottle?
I understand your logic, Councillor Glam, but technically, council wouldn't approve this if you didn't approve the first one. So from a process perspective, you wouldn't first approve this. If the first motion fails, there'll be no need for this motion.
Yeah.
So I understand your personal comfort, but procedurally, I mean, there's no reason you can't do it. It's just,
Yeah, so-
it is a bit out of order.
So I understand that, and what I'm hearing Councillor Graham say is that it feels out of order to him. So it's almost, the preferred might be to combine the two, and then, yeah.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay, so so tell you what then, I'm going to do a friendly amendment to the motion I put on the floor, and at the end of the motion I just read, we'll put semicolon and direct administration to return to council with yes. Yeah. There you go. I hate it when the cursor has a mind of its own. And direct administration to. Okay, so now the friendly amended motion, we're dealing with it all at once?
This works for me.
That
I
works for
appreciate
you?
that.
Okay, all right. Speaking to this motion, and I recognize Councillor Faubert, you may want to speak to it, but you did speak to it a little bit. I'm supportive of this motion. As we all, I'm sure, feel that, it's not easy when the project's cost escalates so much, and we spoke to that previously when we approved the increase, and it's not easy. But I do recognize that this is the best path forward in the circumstances in which we find ourselves. I really appreciate that we'll be looking for ways to adjust our budget in order to absorb these reserves by changing other capital projects. So that's an important element for me as well. I do want to thank the province for their continued support of this project. They didn't have to come back with anything. It was an ask from us, and they stepped up in a big way. $16.7 million is huge. And so my gratitude to them for their continued support of this absolutely critical infrastructure for the safety and well-being of our community. I do, as I mentioned, support this motion, and it is also my hope that when we get to the motion about grants, that we'll be able to get more grants, because there's a lot of projects that I'd like to see move forward. But if we have to delay them, we have to delay them. So, Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll vote in support for this. Was able to go up on a tour the other day with Andy to see the facility, the structure, and the magnitude and size is pretty impressive, but I was also impressed by the new vendor that we have working on there. I think Ironclad's doing a great job. There's momentum, and they're working quickly. And to keep that momentum going, there's definitely a value to that to me. And I also feel that by delaying and adding more cost, it's not good. And at the end of the day, too, there's that safety piece that Councillor Faubert mentioned. The sooner we can get this thing done, the safer we are. And there's a huge value to that. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion. I'm very cognizant of our position with regards to reserves and the financial burden that this will put on future projects, and that future projects that I'd very much like to see go forward. The position we've been put in is unenviable by everybody, I think. I'm glad that council is looking to cut those capital projects should the funding not be there, because our reserves need to stay in place, and they need to be there for specific reasons. I want to thank administration for the tour and all the work that you guys have done this past little while. It did help me to really understand the scope and scale of what's going on up at Cougar Creek. It's unfortunate that it is costing $25 million more, but here we are, and we have to deal with that. Thank you.
Anyone else before I call the question on this motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move the council direct administration to continue to apply for grant funding, with any approved grants to be utilized to reduce the amount of reserve funding required for this project. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? I know that some of us already have, including myself. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.